We're here with our illustrious board, and we'll go through and have the introduction of them in a little bit. I just wanted to say we're really excited about today. This is a day where we're really here to kind of let our hair down just a little bit and be able to have good conversation about teamwork, trust building, and priority areas of focus for the authority. This is something that we are in the middle of the pandemic, so you'll see folks to be able to wear their masks or not. It's up to them. We follow the House rules. So you may see a little bit of that on and off during the presentations later on in discussions today. We have the first three tables in the front here that have a mix of our board members, and of course we have our facilitators, and I'll go through their quick bios, and then we also have members of the public in the back. Thank you and welcome to you guys as well. Just to also remind people, the folks from the public are here to observe. So although you are not part of the discussion of the retreat, we do appreciate you being here. However, we would like to refrain from answering questions from the public so that we can continue with the agenda for the retreat itself. So just wanted to be able to mention that so that you don't feel like we're not acknowledging your presence here. We just have our agenda that we need to get through today. And we want to make sure that we can also take your comments at the end of the session as well. So today we have a jam-packed agenda. It will go into about 5 o'clock. We will start by welcoming Tri-C Corporate College. As I mentioned, Ms. Geraldine Weiser is actually serving as the interim lead here in the CEO presidential role at Tri-C. We have a great partnership with them, RTA does. We've had a lot of different programs and training programs with Tri-C over the years and have really kind of bolstered that to make sure that our facilities are utilized by them and vice versa. So this was a great marriage to be able to bring you here today. Before I hand it over to Geraldine, I would also like to introduce our faculty, as we're calling them today, our facilitators. We have 3 of them, so we wanted to make sure that we had enough resources to be able to really push us through the day. We'll start with Margaret Brooks. Margaret, if you could raise your hand. So Margaret Brooks brings over 30 years of human capital and leadership experiences. She is currently at Brooks Hawkins Group, last name Brooks, so that tells you something. That's a pretty important job for her there. And she really is here to talk about things like leadership and team building and DEI and all of this. So we really appreciate Margaret in her work and really just being a part of the trio that's coming to us today. Our next facilitator that we have is Marty Pollock. And Marty has a, can I say, heartstring kind of attachment to today, if I will. I'll let him, I won't steal his thunder, but Marty, as an experienced executive and consultant and leadership coach, and has had a lot of years in that arena, currently is the managing director and founder of the WIT. And tell me what WIT is. I love that. What it takes. I was going to say what it is. So it's what it takes. And what it takes is really just getting the job done. And that's why we appreciate Marty today and really look forward to his just opening ourselves up to really having these important conversations and crucial conversations to be able to get the job done today. Our third and certainly not least facilitator is Sharon Sobel-Jordan. Sharon. So Sharon is actually my first contact with this trio and really just brought in some of the other talent that you'll see today. She is the founder and chief executive officer for Open Space Solutions, LLC. And so Sharon has worked over 35 years in this space and really is working toward making boards better. She's served in the capacity on many boards during her tenure and in her career life. And really is working toward helping provide the footprint for more transformational leadership. And so our conversation in the beginning of this was let's find out a way to really open up that space for conversation and bring some of the most talented facilitators that Cleveland has to offer. So thank you. We appreciate it. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Geraldine so that we can speed through some of the agenda to get back on track. Thank you.
So thank you very much, India. And it's such a pleasure to have all of you here today, here in our wonderful facility, also participating over the live stream and everything. So thank you and welcome. On behalf of all of Tri-C and our soon, unfortunately, to be exiting President Dr. Alex Johnson, we want to thank all of you for such a really great partnership. I don't want to take a lot of time, but I think it's important, especially with what you're going to be talking about today, to really talk about how long and the great partnership that Corporate College and Tri-C as a whole has had with Greater Cleveland RTA. I started when a month before this building was opened, And one of our very first partnerships for training was with RTA. So thank you for that. And realizing over all these years, all the moments that it took to continue to build that partnership to where we are today. It's a lot of trust built up about working together, getting through the good times and also getting through the bad times when things don't work out so well. And it really made me think about how critical each moment is, bringing me here today. Thank you so much for being here for this moment. Welcome and congratulations to all of the new board members for being personally selected to be a part of this great initiative, this great organization, but also for your personal willingness to accept that. That trust is incredible and critical. And so I hope that, and I have all the confidence in the world after meeting India, seeing her leadership team in action, I have all the confidence in the world that it's going to be this moment, it's going to be this time, this team that's going to take RTA from being seen as also as an essential organization to be an organization of excellence. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you again on behalf of everyone here at Corporate College for being here. Thank you.
So Geraldine, thank you so much. At this time, I'm not sure if we had any comments from our board chair. I'm getting the defer back to me so we can stay on schedule. If you do, we do have a mic for you, Reverend Lucas. Otherwise, we will definitely hear from you around lunchtime to be able to bless the food. Okay. With that, we'll speed through a little bit of the first of the agenda, and I'll hand it over to Marty.
I think, can you all hear me? I'm lavalier. Hello, everyone. I'm Marty Pollock, and Sharon and Margaret and I are just delighted to be here and to kind of take you through the day. I wanted to give one little personal comment. RTA is very close to me. My father was the last general manager of the Cleveland Transit System. His name was Robert Pollock. He was the general manager for 5 years. Started as a traffic checker at age 17, spent 40 years of his career at CTS. So we know you well, and we've been following you closely. So thrilled to be here from that perspective. Okay, what we're going to do is we are going to work fast here today. What we'd like to do is just some, Okay. We want to do what we call speed intros. At your table, there are microphones, and we'd like you each to introduce yourselves around several different questions. We'd like to know kind of your name, what you do outside the board, your tenure on the board. If you could share with us a hobby or passion outside of work that's not family, tell us a little bit about you. Why you choose to be board member, and what is fulfilling or energizing for you. And finally, what, if anything, do you want to get out of today? We've filled an agenda with a lot of things, but we want to make sure we're getting at some of the things around your own effectiveness, around your own performance as a team is where we're focusing our attention. So turn the mics on, grab a mic. Can we start there at this table? David, would you mind starting us? And you just need to turn the mic on.
And technology usually doesn't match very well, so I let others do that. Okay, so yeah, not much time to think about this, but name David Weiss, Mayor Shaker Heights, tenure on the board. I went to my first board meeting in March of 2020 and went to my first, and that was my last live board meeting until just recently. So an interesting time to jump on the board. Hobby, passion outside of work. I guess maybe two things. I cycle. I love to bike, so I do try to do that as much as I can. and music, pretty much all kinds with the exception of one, and I'll let you all guess which one that would be. But choose to be a board member at RTA. Why I chose. I love efficiency. I'm one of these people that just loves, like when something is really efficient and we provide a service that really can take what we otherwise do to the next level. And to me, transportation, whether it be for jobs or healthcare or arts, are really a key component for Cleveland. And so that's what I get jazzed about. What do I want to get out of time today? Just to get to know the board better, again, because I joined and then we stopped having personal meetings, so live meetings. So I'm looking forward to just getting to know people. So I'll stop. That's probably maybe 30 seconds.
You were a model of efficiency, so thank you.
Oh, that efficiency. I am Lauren R. Welch. I am the Assistant Director of Communications for Say Yes Cleveland, and I am the CEO and founder of Laurel Cadence, which is a marketing agency firm that has clients in Cleveland, Chicago, and LA. I participate in a lot of different hobbies outside of my roles and responsibilities. It includes really spending time with friends. I know you said beyond family, but really big into brunches, really big in the arts and culture in Cleveland. I appreciate a play as much as I appreciate a concert, and I will travel anywhere to see some of my favorite bands and artists. Really big into art. I frequently go to MoCA and CMA, and so that's what I like to do. I chose to be a board member because I believe advocating for individuals in this region is extremely important to me. I am from Cleveland. I'm a native Clevelander. I am a CMSD alumna who has boomeranged back from Los Angeles. And part of that was because there were a number of different people who poured into me when I was coming up, and I think it's very important for all of us to do what we can to pour into our communities where we see fit. I have been on the board for, I think, just a little over 3 weeks now. And so today I'm really looking forward to hearing, I'm looking forward to getting to know my fellow board members and learning more about each other and how we can do the work more effectively in this region.
Okay, there we go. My name is Paul Kumar. I'm currently the mayor of Bay Village. Prior to that, I started my career as a CPA and then spent a fair amount of time in healthcare management. And hobbies, I love to ski and golf. So given the temperature, I'll navigate to the one that makes the most sense for this region. I find as an RTA board member, I came on in March of 21, just as the board was finishing a system redesign. And I think, efficiencies, but connecting more with the community, especially to riders and employers, and some of our newer programs of going the last mile are very exciting. I think we will play a key role in connecting employees to jobs. And we have a lot of new board members, and obviously, as Mayor Weiss said, with COVID, we have not spent as much time together, so I really look forward to today of getting to know each of them better and learning more about them.
Good morning. I'm Charles Lucas, and I am the pastor emeritus of St. James African Methodist Episcopal Church at 8401 Cedar, also a part of the founding of Lucas Funeral Home at 9010 Garfield Boulevard. And I also have the privilege of serving on the Community Relations Board for the city. I enjoy going to flea markets, and my nurses tell me if I bring one more piece of junk back into that house, they're going to quit their job. But I enjoy doing that. I chose to be a board member for several reasons. My father was the first African American to be appointed to the board in 1966 by Mayor Celebrezzi. And in fact, I remember when your dad was the head of CTS, and my dad was on the board at that time. And so I really thought it would be a great idea if I would follow his footsteps 70 years later. There was really a deeper reason. 17 years ago, when they found a couple of tumors on my spine and operated and said I was going to be in a wheelchair the rest of my life, I became a writer on paratransit, which is an excellent, excellent commodity of RTA that picks you up at your home and takes you wherever you wish to go. And once I got involved in that, I heard over the grapevine that there was a kind of a seat set aside for the handicapped. The word I don't like is disabled. And I understood that that person was going to be resigning that year. And Mayor Jackson and Valerie were kind enough to talk with me about coming on the board. And so I've been on ever since. I served as a board member, I served as vice president, and now I'm in my second term as being president of the board. Naturally, whenever we have sessions like this, something usually occurs where you get to know your colleagues a little bit better, and you are trying your best. I know I'm trying my best as president of the board to have us come together on one accord on issues that helps RTA. Coincidentally, and I go to my church a little bit, this is Pentecost weekend. Pentecost week in the book of Acts, the second chapter, the first verse talks about being together on one accord. And that's so very important for a board. We're coming from so many different areas and persuasions and so forth, but we have to come together on one accord for the benefit of RTA.
Thank you. Thumbs off.
My name is Karen Gabriel Moss, and I have been on RTA for, I think, 11 or 12 years. I was appointed by Ed Fitzgerald, and at that time, my daughter was an RTA writer. That's how she got to school. So I had a very strong interest in the organization. And as I've been involved, I've become, I think, quite knowledgeable and have come to care very deeply about this organization. Outside of work, I like to travel. I bike. I don't own a car. I had to borrow my husband's car to get here today, and I'm unfamiliar with driving and not so good anymore. And but I love to read. I love to garden, and that's my passion. Those are my passions. And what do I want to get out of here? It is true that we have a whole bunch of new people, and I wish that we were set up a little bit differently because I feel like I am putting my back to people. So, I mean, I hope that we can all get to know each other so we can move forward. And I think we all do have the RTA's best interest at heart.
Good morning. My name is Luz Payol, hairstyle twin of Miss Brooks here. I work for Xerox. I'm an IT business systems analyst there. And I started in December 2019, and I think I was in 2 meetings before, or 3, before everything shut down. So outside of work, I also serve on other boards. One is for Graffiti Heart, which is an arts organization, and the other is Plexus, which is the LGBT Chamber of Commerce. Yes. And so I chose to be on RTA because Ms. Valerie asked me to, so thank you, Ms. Valerie, and Mr. Mayor, former Mayor Jackson. And I do a lot of traveling with my job and all over the world. And so in these cities, I always use public transportation. And so, but I can never master it here in Cleveland. I just couldn't master it. And I always tried, and it came to a point where, like, okay, I'm just going to keep driving. But I always had it in me to do this. And so then when I was approached with this opportunity, I was like, oh, thank goodness. So now I can go on the inside and see how it all works and how it's all put together. And little did I know how much more I was going to learn by being on the board, and how connected it is with everyone and everyone's everyday, and the communities that I serve on these other boards, and how it all is coming full circle. So I am very happy to be a part of it, and I have seen so much in the little time that I've been here, so much change, and I know that's been, it's been progressing down the pipe, but once it happened, wow, it's just amazing with the technology and all these new fundings that we're getting to help build RTA. And I'm seeing, from the outside how much easier it is now to get around by all these new technologies and funding. So, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make two quick observations. One, none of us is doing this under 30 seconds or less. And number two, Mayor Weiss, when he came on the board, he brought the pandemic. No, just playing. He was like, that was my first board meeting, my last board meeting. My name is Valerie McCall, and I'm on a personal sabbatical. I've been on one since January, and I'm loving it. Prior to my personal sabbatical, I went hard before I went home for 22 years. Working for the city of Cleveland in various positions. First as director of the Empowerment Zone, then I served as city clerk, clerk of city council, and then 16 years with Mayor Jackson in his administration. And I say personal sabbatical because that's a very unique terminology to just say, I'm enjoying resting. I started when I was 2. I know what you are all thinking. And so I was appointed to this board in 2006, and my hobby and passion outside of work, besides family, I love pets, I love relaxing, and I love being with my friends. Simple things. Mm-hmm. The things you forget about when you're caught up in the day-to-day. Sharon knows exactly what I'm talking about. The things you don't get to think about. That's what I've realized that I like to enjoy now. I didn't technically choose. You were appointed, but being a board member at RTA, what did I find most fulfilling and energizing? I've told this story a million times. RTA, I grew up on RTA. RTA taught me about the city of Cleveland. RTA taught me how to get around the city of Cleveland. I learned the city on the bus. I still remember some of my favorite bus drivers. I remember my first job at McDonald's and the bus drivers who made sure I didn't miss my bus, whether I was coming from Martin Luther King Law and Public Service Magnet High School from Huff, and I had to get to McDonald's at East 55th Street, and learning how to connect and the bus drivers waiting on me, or when I would come home from East 105th in Ashbury and had to get to East 55th, and I had to get that bus, and I was going on the weekend, and how the number 10 over to the number 3, and then walk across right there. So I learned the city on RTA. I learned the community on RTA. I met some of the most important friends that are still part of my life on RTA. And to be able to come onto this board, learn how it really worked and the connections, and like you said, the inner workings of how this really truly works, and then being able to learn how transit, public transit, really works on a national scale, and going on to be able to chair the National Association from RTA was very fulfilling, very challenging. India knows what I'm talking about. I would say rewarding, sometimes draining, but energizing at the same time, but fulfilling, knowing that public transportation, we talk about it, right? It's for everyone, but it's important to all of us. And so what do I want to get out of our time today as a transitioning board member? When I was appointed to my last term, I said, this is my last term. I just hope that we have a brand new board, that they learn and see why this board is important, why our time here as stewards of this board is important, that the work we are we are here to do. It's not about us, it's about the people that we serve, and we never forget that where we come from, why it's important that we do what we do, and the decisions that we make in here impact so many people. Karen is a bus rider on a regular basis, Luz is a bus rider. She was complaining one time about something. I was like, yeah, okay, bus rider. And so how what we do here matters not to just us, it matters to the people outside of here, and we should never lose sight of that. And so that's what I hope we get out of today.
If we could have Roberta on the line.
Roberta, if you want to unmute yourself, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Roberto Duarte. Originally from Paraguay, but I've been in the region for a little over 11 years on and off. I have a background in global and public health. I work for Jumpstart Inc., a venture development organization in Cleveland. I have my own consulting, and I support other jobs, boards in Cleveland. And I'm also the team leader for the Hispanic Star Hub in the city. And Hispanic Star is a national movement to elevate Latinos professionally. So tend to be very involved with our diverse communities, and a hobby. Let's see, hobby-wise, well, I have tons. But I'll just say I love photography, and I really like people watching. So flea markets are great, Reverend Lucas, for people watching. But also, you know what's better? Bus stops, the RTA buses and trains. And yeah, just, immersing myself in different culture, observing. And then I decided to be on the board, just again to support the RTA's mission to make our public transit agency more equitable and inclusive, while also minimizing, let's say, public health and climate change impacts. And yeah, what I want to get from today's, let's say, retreat is just, again, continue to learn. I think every day we learn something new, and so if I have to learn something from my peers or the facilitators, I'm really excited, again, just to continue to learn and continue to take those learnings and, make our agency better, because there's always more room to grow and to make Cleveland and our region best practice. So really happy to be part of this session again. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Okay. So just to recap before we dive into some of the content of the day, certainly this is an opportunity for you all to get to know each other. And we believe that just spending time together creates some good bonds. We're going to talk a bit about the role of trust on a board. We're going to look at what is board effectiveness and just some of the things to think about. We're going to look at what it takes to create a inclusive and a great environment and culture here. All of you took the Myers-Briggs, or most of you did. We're going to explore your own style of communication and work style. And then this afternoon, we're going to introduce you to a couple of skills that might be helpful to you going forward around how to problem solve together. And we're going to actually have you do some real-time problem solving. So we're going to have breakout groups, et cetera. But what we like to start off with mostly is this notion, the balcony and the dance. It's a metaphor. Anybody know what that is? So this was an idea put together by a man named Ronald Heifetz, who's at the Kennedy School at Harvard. The notion was that leaders, in this case board members, teams, need to get to the balcony of your own experience. In fact, today is about having a balcony view. What do you think he thinks the dance is? Yeah, it's the everyday work. It's the meetings. It's what we do during the day, what we do as our job, the answering phones, the meeting people, the conflicts, the everything. What he says is when you're in the dance, you're generally interacting with the person in front of you. You can't really see what's happening behind you, who's sitting out the dance. But if you're on the balcony, the metaphoric balcony, you're actually able to see the whole landscape. And what he says, it's the only place you can make a change. I have two clients, for example, in Cleveland, big not-for-profits, who actually have instituted balcony meetings where they just do nothing more than step back and say, are we headed in the right direction? What do we need to change? So this is a powerful metaphor, and today we ask you to just step back. take a look at yourself, take a look at the board, and then we'll go back to work. So, the balcony and the dance. Continuing on. What we'd like you to do now is, in the back here, at the table where Margaret is walking, we have a table with postcards on them. And we'd like you to pick 2 postcards. So you're going to have a little time just to look at them and turn around and pick 2. We want you to pick the first one that tells us something about you as a leader or a board member. For example, I'm the type of leader, or when I've been on a board, this is the type of board member I am. The second postcard is about something, a quality or characteristic that was essential to the best board or team you've worked on. Now, we're going to give you a little time here. We're going to come back. You're going to have 2 postcards. You're just going to put them down, and we'll give you further directions. But just keep in mind, you really are going to have no more than 40 seconds to share your postcards with us. We're going to try to be just efficient in the way we communicate here. Okay, so the table is there, and the pictures are there. If you want to pick 2 pictures, please help yourself. Please take a seat at your table. Everybody have their pictures? Okay. We're going to start at this table, and we're going to go down. Okay? So we need, 2. Time's up. Don't overthink it. Okay, so here's the drill. You're going to hold up a picture, just give us a brief explanation of what the picture is, and answer the question. I am the type of leader, or I would describe my leadership style, and then you're going to do the other one. And we're going to just practice being very succinct because we have so much content to go through today. We want to make sure we get through it. So let's start. Who would like to start us off? There you go. You're going to start us off. Yep.
The first card is two hands that are like embraced, two strong hands that are embraced. And so that would be like my leadership style as having strength, and the embrace would be embracing what I'm leading, embracing the people that I'm leading, embracing everything about it. So, and my second card is this person that seems like they're in a bunch of books or something of that nature. And when I saw this, I was thinking, I'm getting into it. I am diving in. I am just filling this all up in my space.
Great. Perfect. Model. Good modeling. Let's go. Okay, Karen.
Okay, so before I joined the law firm I'm at now, I was the managing partner, and I still manage my team. So I love this, and I love the old-fashioned look of it. I kind of see myself just like that today. So helping my staff and keeping my staff and listening to them, I think that has always served me well. And then the other one is, I also like this old picture of that's letting someone else lead sometime. Sometimes good leadership is not always having to be the center of attention.
You know, with Canadian geese, you know, in the V formation, do you know what we know about Canadian geese? We know that when the leader gets tired, he or she, goose, falls to the back and a new leader comes forward. So it's your point, and leads the flock here. Okay, perfect. Let's keep going. Okay.
I'm not going up front.
Valerie, you're on.
Teresa's trying to get us to go up front. Go up front.
Okay, so I picked, as you all know, I was taking my time. I picked two cards. So the first one I pick a postcard that resonates with you and tell us something about you as a leader, a board member. So for me, I love Greek mythology. Like, I really love Greek mythology. And because it shows me a lot. This reminds me of something that shows strength as a leader, not afraid to be in front, to be on the front of the battle line with your army and your board members. At the same time, not afraid to take the risk and be there with them, as opposed to, you know, saying, okay, here's a problem, you go solve it, as opposed to leading and being there right with them. So that's what this reminds me of. Pick a postcard that tells us about a quality that was essential to the best board team you ever worked on. I would say that goes with it along as well. But I don't know why this resonated with me as Tina Turner. And she's being vocal. Mm-hmm. But she's also was Tina Turner. She was strong. When she was down, she was strong. No pun intended. When the punches kept coming, she stayed strong. Mm. And while she was strong, she looked good while she did it. She danced her way through it all. And at the end of the day, Tina is still standing, looking good, inducted into the Hall of Fame and Museum, and living her best life ever. And so sometimes you just got to keep dancing and keep taking the punches. And Tina Turner reminded me of that.
We all know Valerie got inducted day before yesterday, I want to say, to the Hall of Fame for Cleveland. So I think that I had to mention that. Congratulations.
Okay. Congratulations again to Valerie. We had the privilege of being there to watch that induction. I have one hand, and I took this to mean, number one, that being a board meeting member, at some point or another, you have to put your hand on the situation. We also have to vote. And so this is that hand that's going up, and whatever the situation is, you have to make a decision. I also know that in order to do well, it takes two hands to clap. And so here's the one of them getting ready, and the other one is coming when you do the right thing. The other is a picture of the countryside, and I remember as a young boy, I would spend the summers with my grandmother who had this huge house out in the country, and the family would come to the house during the summer. When I grew up and went back on my own, I found out that was not a great big house. It was just a little house, but we all fit in there some way. And I often think of with the board how we come from big situations and small situations. We all have to come together. And something else about it. Well, that's it.
Okay, because I always listen to Teresa, I'm going to stand up here. First picture is sort of a unicycle on top of, it looks like power lines. And that sort of resonated with me because as a manager and a leader, you need to set that direction. But at the same time, I like to be inclusive and make sure I'm bringing people along and that there's a certain amount of balance in your approach. If you're too much of a hard-headed person just to push it through, I don't think you have your team on board. So that's why I picked that photo. And the last one is a group of people dancing, very excited. I like positivity, I like teamwork, I like energy, and that photo resonated to me for that reason.
Okay, so my first picture is of some folks laying out on the floor. It says imagine in the middle, and then like their hands are all connected together. I affectionately am known from colleagues and friends as Dot Connector in Chief. And that is because normally throughout my career in my life, I'm normally the one who's making the connections between what's happening, what can be done, how there can be synergy. And so I know that that is like my strong suit. And then the second one, when it comes to me, and beyond that, is the thinker. In my natal chart, in my Myers-Briggs, I always get this. I am the one who I live in the gray. I can make executive decisions, but I also am like 2 or 3 things can be true at the same time. And so I understand nuance very well. I'm also the type of person to take a step back, think about who said what over here and who said what over here, and making those connections. And so normally I'm the one, literally there are baby pictures of me in bed like this, like sleeping. So it is in my DNA. So that's what I chose for that.
So my first postcard is flock of birds and a person flying up alongside the birds. And I think of this, I picked this because what looks like chaos when you see sometimes a flock of birds, you get lots of different opinions, but eventually you come together and you move forward together. And so to me, the person flying with the birds represented coming together, even if you have different perspectives. The second one, I wasn't exactly sure what it was at the beginning, but it attracted me. It was very kind of artistic. And what it turns out to be is an airplane engine, the fans of an airplane.
Lufthansa.
And, what's that?
Lufthansa airplane.
Oh, there you go. Okay. And to me, what that signified was things are not always what they appear to be or seem to be, that sometimes you need to dig a little bit deeper in what you're that's why I chose that.
Thank you. Good. Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to move on. I can't. So we want to spend a little time and have you think together about what are some of the shared agreements or ground rules you want to agree on in the way you interact with each other. And this is just going to be a call out. What ideas are going to be important for you as a board in the way you interact? And just want to hear from each of you what that would be for you. What's a ground rule or a shared agreement? And Margaret and Sharon are going to capture these and we'll make those available to you. But the way to think about it might be when you've been on other successful committees, boards, what's always been true. Anybody want to start us off? Transparency. Listening. Respect. I want to talk about those two things. What does it mean to listen well? Got it. How about respect? You want to grab the mic? That might be helpful. I don't know if you want to repeat anything you just said. No, you're okay? What about respect? What does that look like?
Kind of going back to my comment about differences of opinion, being able to have a conversation, have a difference of opinion, and yet do it in a way where everyone feels like they've been heard, and hopefully, can come together, notwithstanding those differences.
Good. What else? You can have more than one, by the way. What else would be important in how you're interacting with each other? I think going forward, we're trying to say, are there some rules that as a group you can continue to adhere to that would be productive to the board? So it could be for today, but it also could be going forward. So listening, being respectful, kind of continues on. Is there anything else on your mind?
Communicating.
And what does that look like if you're doing it well?
Well, it can look a number of ways, but I'll say it this way. I think that as the chair, Reverend Lucas has done a good job of communicating with us as other board members.
Mm-hmm.
I believe India has done a good job of communicating. Karen and I have been on, I think, the longest now. But to have a chair who communicates with the board where there's an issue, where you're not walking into a board meeting and learning of an issue is very, 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 very important. To keep board members engaged so we know what's going on before we get there. And so it's that communicating of the issues and engaging of the board members. Good. All of those are very important.
Good. Anything else? Yep.
I was going to say assume good intent. When I've been on boards where there's disagreement, I think there's this understanding that people are coming from their own lived experiences, but then that is still a space where people thrive in. And even if we disagree, they're coming from a place of their own knowledge and expertise, and that is, in my mind, inherently good for the most part. We just agree to disagree,
Great.
But I think assuming good intent keeps a lot of the conversations in a space of productivity and focusing on a goal instead of nobody's hearing me or whatever.
Right. Everybody has good intentions. They just express it in different ways.
Yes.
But you start with that.
And just following up on that, sort of good intentions and openness and ability to have differing viewpoints. A lot of our board meetings will have some differing viewpoints, but if you go into it with that openness and positivity, and, do it, I think it's well received. You create a dialogue.
Yep.
Many times, I know from my years on city council before becoming mayor, you start and there's a dialogue with a number of people in the room, and sometimes you end up with a better idea or mousetrap when you get those collective viewpoints. So the ability to listen and all those things, take that into that and come up with a solution that may be the best one.
Right. Anything else? Yep.
And I would say also understanding our role as the board, as a board member, and then as the board collectively.
Great. We're going to be talking about that very soon. Yep.
I put in the category of no dumb questions. I mean, I think the board, in this case in particular, because of the wide range of new members to more senior, that not everyone's coming at the same level of information and background. And so people should feel free to be able to ask whatever they want to ask.
So ask questions. out of curiosity and in order to understand. There's that great Stephen Covey, seek to understand before being understood. Anything else? And we can just kind of move on. But are there any other kind of agreements that, again, if you adhere to some of these, this would be a way to, again, continue to elevate your own role as a board and your impact. You can add to this, by the way. Sometimes boards and or teams capture this and share it and just revisit it occasionally. Are we doing what we intended to do? So, great. Thank you. We're going to move on now to board effectiveness. And we're going to switch. Actually, Sharon, I think you're on. We're going to switch to a different presentation, and Sharon's going to lead us. Oh, condense.
I think that's going to be in the way of the content. Can we move? Oh, okay. Thank you. Sure. Okay. Okay. Can you all hear me okay? Good. All right. Valerie set us up just perfectly. We wanted to talk a little bit about, just ground the discussion a little bit in your role, some basic stuff. We're just introducing concepts today. Obviously, we could talk about the board's role for a whole day. Before I start, I did want to say, since Marty talked about his connection to RTA, that I am the oldest of 4. it. The one other thing that's there, which is very typical, is that you are responsible for one hiring decision, and that's hiring the chief executive and general manager. So the significance of that is that would lead me to say that, excuse me? There's approval, you approve the hiring and the personnel actions, but the hiring of the chief executive and the general manager is the primary. That's the one that really reports to the board, and that's pretty typical. I just wanted to make a point about that one because as the lead professional staff person, your relationship with the chief executive is very important, and it's on the board to create and cultivate a healthy relationship with that person, meaning a supportive relationship, a thought partner relationship, and having including processes for regular feedback based on well understood performance goals and expectations. All these things really, the best you can do to really clarify that relationship, the better. The point that Valerie made, which is a really interesting one, is that the board is the one that oversees the organization as a collective. Individuals don't direct, individual board members don't direct the board. So it's very important that the board have a culture of inclusion and engagement so that board members, we had one of our ground rules to ask and contribute, making sure everybody is adding, because at these board meetings, when you're together, that's your opportunity in the committees to really express your opinions, to add to the decision making. But once the board makes that decision, that's the directive that the professional team takes and implements. You certainly are expected to express your opinions, give advice, give guidance, but you can only expect that that's going to be acted upon once it's a decision of the board. It's up to your chief executive to synthesize what she hears with her team and make sure, and to act on that, follow up on it, but it's your decisions that make that difference. Is there anything else that anybody wants to call out or talk about on here? Those are really I guess the only other thing I will say is that because your meetings are so important, that's really when you're together, being very purposeful about how you use your meeting time. We had talked as preparing about it. There's a book, I think that you're all familiar with, called The Art of Gathering, which really talks about starting with why you're gathering. We did a lot of that for you today. But that's something that's really important to think about because you only have so much time together during the year to really, so for example, many boards try not to use that time talking at you, but really having, using pre-reading and then giving you the time to talk to each other and talk to the professional teams when you're all together in meetings. Anything else, though, anybody else sees in here or wants to call out? Okay, good, okay. Let's see, do I put here? How do I get it to advance? Yeah. Okay. All right. So I wanted then to talk. We sent an article for pre-reading that I hope you had a chance to look at. It was about purpose-driven board leadership. It was published last year in the Stanford Social Innovation Review. And while it focuses on nonprofit boards, I thought it was an interesting way to prompt conversation about the essential work of boards. I think you can see in there for those of you, and I think there's a lot of experience here on other boards, that we always talk about board engagement. How are we engaging boards? I think this is really trying to raise the bar to something different, and I thought it was worth going through a little bit in this meeting again, because I think this is really getting at the mindset that you bring. So it starts with what is purpose, and I think that we all, when we're all doing strategic planning or thinking about it, we all stumble over these words. What is mission? What is vision? What is values? I'm just giving you these definitions. These are the ones that they offer. But I thought it was interesting that they talk about purpose as, you can see, the organization's reason for being in the world. And mission and values are, and defining purpose as the bringing together of mission and values in pursuit of a vision. So we can think about that for a second. So if mission is the organization's role in working towards its vision and values are the beliefs that guide its work, then purpose is the bringing together of the mission and values in pursuit of that vision. So the idea of being a purpose-driven board then is to have that mindset and that you bring to your board service, So on a very practical level, it's how the questions you ask when you come, when you have a decision. What are the questions? Because that's really the way the board is most valuable to the organization, is raising the right questions. So that's what I want to focus on in a little bit. I'm assuming you all read the article, so I'm just going to go through that a little bit. Are there any questions about this before I move on? Okay. See if I can move on. Yes. Okay. So the article talked about 4 different principles of purpose-driven board leadership, and the first was purpose before organization. So this was really not focusing on the organization itself solely, but also the organization's purpose or reason for being. It's fidelity to the reason the organization exists, and by extension to the people and the communities its work impacts. I think this is really important, particularly to RTA. So it's recognizing that there may be situations where the best, what's best for the purpose and the community is maybe not always synonymous with what's best for the organization. So here's the question that they ask you to keep in mind, which is what is best for the desired social outcome we seek, not just keeping in mind what's best for our organization in general. I'm going to go through these, and then we'll talk at the end about this, but this is just a little different shift. The second one that they talk about is respect for the ecosystem. This is, I think, really important and very new thinking, because it is thinking about the organization and how it positively or negatively impacts its surrounding ecosystem, and making a commitment to be respectful and responsible as an ecosystem player. Organizations have to acknowledge that each of our organizations is part of sometimes formal ecosystems, but often informal ecosystems or collectives that are working to address societal challenges and their impacts. Definitely transportation is critical to almost every societal challenge that we have, and you all know that. So you are, if not formally, informally, a part of almost everything that's going on here. So individual organizations' choices and actions impact the overall strength and success of the ecosystem, particularly here at RTA. And when an organization is disruptive to that ecosystem, it has an impact that is felt in very real ways, some of which you may know about, but many of which you may not. So, so you can even think about how you route transportation. And I know you get a lot of calls from private industry and others. Can you route buses this way or that way? That's all the ecosystem calling out to you to say, this is what's happening out here. How can you be a player with us? And there are limits on what you can do, just like everybody else. But it's being mindful of that as you're making decisions, and understanding and making that part of your decision-making process. So the questions that they suggest you keep in mind is, how would this impact all of the players and dynamics within our ecosystem, however you define that, and that could be different for the decision that's in front of you. It could be sort of all, there could be kind of a universal understanding of that. And will it help us as an ecosystem do the most good? So thinking about what you're trying to accomplish and how others can help you as well. So this is a really important and different way to think. The third one is an equity mindset, and we'll be talking a lot more about this later after we talk. That Margaret's going to come up and talk to you. But this is about advancing equitable outcomes and interrogating and avoiding the ways the organization's strategies and work may reinforce systemic inequities. I know this is foremost on your minds always, but building an awareness of the systemic equities and committing the organization to advancing equity in all that it does. This includes interrogating ways the organization may have fallen short in the past and using that to advance equitable outcomes as a screen for all decisions that you make. So you can see the questions that the authors teed up, which were, how will this decision or strategy create more equitable outcomes? And are there ways that it will reinforce systemic equities? And if so, what are we willing to do to avoid that? Really important questions. And then finally, authorized voice and power. And I think this is where RTA is really excelling by so many writers, and people who use your service on the board. But this is about understanding that your power is authorized by those that are impacted by your work. It's not just about inviting their input or inviting them to their insight and perspective, but actually sharing power and thinking about what that means. They say by ensuring that those with lived experience are embedded into the composition of the board itself with all the rights, responsibilities, and power that board membership brings with it. So the questions that they tee up here are, is our board populated in a way that ensures that our power is authorized by and inclusive of the community impacted by the work that we do? And the one you can't see as well is, are we doing all we can to listen to what our programmatic stakeholders tell us is most important? The idea here is to ensure that the community has a reason to trust you and your decisions. So I'll just pause here for a second and see if anybody wants to add anything here, see how this resonates with you as a mindset for showing up for board service. Comments, thoughts, make sense? Okay. Well, then I just wanted to end this segment on these questions. These are really the questions of the whole day. And Marty started us off with thinking about what your board service means to you while you're here. And, but I think these are questions that we wanted to offer up for you to keep in mind throughout your board service, because there are important reasons that you are here for you, how this aligns with your own personal values and kind of sense of purpose, but also for the organization. And I think this is most important, particularly keep in mind as we go through the afternoon and as you think about what it looks like for this board to be effective for this organization, and then finally for the people we serve. So for you, we talked about thinking about why you serve on this board, how the service, again, aligns with your personal values and purpose, and what excites you the most. And we heard about that today. Thinking about it, we just talked about the ground rules, but keeping in mind you've all had board service, so what's worked on other boards? What do you want to bring into this board, this team, and particularly your relationship with each other, but also your relationship with the leadership team? And then finally, we'll talk about some of the priorities this afternoon that you want to focus on. But I'm curious if anybody wants to, you can reflect out loud here, but I would ask you to think about this last question throughout the day, which is, what do you hope to accomplish during your time on the board? Because I think that some of you have been on the board for a very long time, some of you are just starting out. As you go through the day, you might want to make mental notes or actual notes about what strikes you, what is the kind of thing that you know that on your time here you want to be sure you accomplish with RTA. So we can, if anybody wants to offer anything, we can talk about that. I know we're running behind and Marty's anxious to go. Does anyone want to add anything or talk about that? If not, we can move on to the next thing. Yeah.
I just wanted to, I know I'm not a board member, but I wanted to be able to just comment on the idea of the ecosystem, because I think that's really important for the group as a whole, particularly for me as GM to understand what the priorities and what the larger scope of importance is for the board, so that when I go ahead and spearhead different projects and prioritize different things, I am fully aware of what the expectation is by the board as a whole. So we all have different expertise, I guess you want to say, that we come to the board with or we come to RTA with, including my staff. So if someone is really great at finance or someone's really great at governance and so on and so forth, it's really nice to be able to have everyone on the same page as far as what the focus areas are going to be for the agency, because it is a little difficult to corral everyone to do all things. And so being able to prioritize is really the focus of my leadership style, and I hope to bring that to RTA. But in order to do that, I really am hopeful that this group with the new and the seasoned can come together to kind of reimagine what the priority areas are for RTA over the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years, because doing that, I think, is going to reshape how the community looks at us and how the community engages with us. And it cannot be the same 10 or 5 priorities that we had, for the last decade. We've got to be able to reimagine that and really be able to reinvigorate kind of a new life into RTA, whether it's technology, whether that's the system redesign, whether that's how we interact with the community, i.e. being here at Tri-C instead of being pulled up in main office, being able to kind of get out there. And so that's what I would ask of the board to really use today to start to communicate some of those items so that my team, as they come in later on in the day, can really start to have those real conversations about what's a priority for the board.
That's great. Yeah, and I think also that because RTA can't do it all alone, the board members can be very helpful in helping make sure you understand what's going on out there that can be leveraged so that when you're making your plans, you're not duplicating or overlapping and in keeping with that ecosystem. Yeah, absolutely. Any other thoughts on that? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do a little pivot right now, and we're going to talk about a topic and a concept that is very important to your work together, and that is building deeper trust-based relationships, both among yourselves and with all your constituents. Here's a quote: "Trust comes on the back of a tortoise and leaves on the back of a jaguar." What do you think that means? Anybody care? You kind of, you look like, Lauren.
You had it. All I could think about is Mayor Weiss being effectiveness. So the leaves on the back of the jaguar is like, we need to be effective, but we need to be, what I'm thinking is, but we need to be slow enough where we're being intentional. So when I think of tortoise, I think of intentional, like, are we thinking things through? When I think of leaves on the back of jaguar, I think of effectiveness. So that's how we build trust. That's what I was thinking.
Thank you. You had something?
I think that trust is built over time, a series of interactions, which I guess I looked at the tortoise maybe moving slower, but building that up. And on the flip side, I guess it could be looked at that we're not operating as a cohesive unit. It could leave us very quickly.
Yeah, trust could leave quickly.
You're looking at one of the slowest of animals with the tortoise, and one of the fastest is jaguar. Often boards are called on to make quick decisions where you have to move like a jaguar. Other times there are decisions that require more time, and so I would interpret it that way.
Yep, good. Okay, so question, what's the value, potential impact of building deeper trust-based relationships with your board colleagues and other constituents? What's the value of actually thinking about building trust to you? Anybody at this table? Why even think about this concept? David?
I was going to say that it helps in finding compromise, in making hard decisions, or when you have conflicting points of view. But if you have trust that everyone's coming to it, I think as Lauren, maybe I'll talk about it just with good intentions.
Yep.
It's easier to find ways to solve problems.
Okay. Yep.
So trust is earned. Trust isn't something that is inherent. You learn to trust people, and that takes time. And I actually think that Mayor Kumar had it correct when he said it is also fleeting.
Yeah.
Because if they feel someone breached their trust and you can't rely on that, then that really hurts the relationship.
Great. Thank you. Just at your table, the two of you could go together, two of you could talk at this table, maybe the two of you. India, we're going to call you to interact with Valerie here. Here's what I would like you to do. Talk to each other. Think of the most trusted person you know. Can be anyone, not necessarily in this room, in your family, in your life. What were the characteristics or behaviors of that person that you observed them to have to make them your most trusted person? What are the qualities, behaviors? What did they do for you? What were the skills they had? What did you observe in them that was really important to building trust with you? So just talk amongst yourselves for a minute, and then we'll come back. If you haven't both shared, you might want to switch now and go to the other person. Okay, let's just pause, and if you could just call out, what are some of these characters, qualities, behaviors that you observe in your most trusted person? Just so we kind of understand what that looks like. Yes?
I'll kick it off. And I know this board is a lot more talkative than what we are today, so I will ask that everybody jump in a good way. It was interesting because Valerie and I were talking, and we didn't say who it was. We just started into the launching into the adjectives and that kind of thing. And then after a while, I was like, so how old is the person that you're talking about generally? And how old we were both talking about our grandmothers. So that was funny that it might be almost a generational kind of thing that had that influence. But we were describing, I think, the same qualities in different ways.
And what are those? Give me two.
You got to share.
Oh, okay, well. Dependable, empathetic, matter of fact, honest, loving, wise,
Good.
and intuitive.
Let's hear others. Let's add to that. What else?
So it's interesting because we were both thinking of our mom. So reliable, consistent, predictable, open, honest, respect. And then we kind of vacillated with the trust part, judgmental part, because I'm thinking that my mother's crazy judgmental, but I still respect that, and it's consistent, I can rely on it, but we're thinking maybe in a more mature relationship, it would be more of equals, it would be non-judgmental.
Good, thank you.
I think Reverend and I were talking, steady, reflective, sort of a rudder. They would maybe pause and before they spoke, and had a deeper thought on a subject or an individual, whatever that might be.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you really came to respect them for that because they really were thoughtful about what they were going to say.
Honest, accountable.
What does accountable mean in a relationship?
Accountability, because everybody is human and everybody has their days, but it's one thing to just be moving through life as like a bull in a china shop. It's another thing to hold yourself accountable, and maybe if there's moments where you could have done better, say, hey, I noticed you had a reaction around that. I should have said that differently, and I apologize. I'm having a day, right? That, I think, is one of many examples of somebody holding themselves accountable, but the people that I feel like I trust are able to do that.
Good.
Objective, said, and then a lot of the other ones I think people have already said.
Good. Okay. How about what breaks trust? What are the things that both, in your experience, both here, internally, externally, not only what breaks it, but what are ways to rebuild it that you've found to be helpful? As we said, the Jaguar comes in, trust can be lost very quickly. How do you regain it?
It's dishonesty. I heard Valerie over there chiming in, or maybe it was Luce. I think there's, and it's a road to build it back. It's just small steps all over, really, even starting before the starting point, because you lost ground.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like being persistent is an important idea here to keep going. Anything else? How do you rebuild it?
And this probably ebbs and flows, but, it's sort of transparency for me. I served on city council in the legislative role. Now I'm the mayor, and at the same time now I'm on the RTA board. And so trying to understand your roles is important from that perspective. But that transparency of getting information out, I think, is very helpful to building and maintaining a baseline on matters. And I think India does a good job on that. And I know when we have legislation we're going to pass, and we may have talked about it in different forums, but publicly to make note of important elements of agreements or contracts that we're going to pass for the public is super important. And I think building that information base and getting that up front creates a higher starting point.
Just let's throw out what tends to break trust in your experience, and then we're going to move on. What are the things that break trust?
Ego.
Okay. What else?
People don't keep their word.
People don't keep their word. Anything else? There are a lot of ways in which people break trust, and the goal is, how do you rebuild it? Okay. By the way, we're going to take a break. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Just really quick, I think it takes, and I mentioned this because we just had a staff retreat about a month ago in this same building, and we talked about vulnerability. So I just wanted to mention that because that came up a lot in our retreat.
Yep.
So this is the staff that you kind of, oversee through the board. Having how to rebuild it, I think, requires vulnerability, and that is scary. And that's a big thing that we talked about as a group, just to kind of piggyback on that last question.
Yep.
Because we are a legacy system that has a lot of history. And that could be trust with the riders, the passengers, customers. It could be trust with us as executive leadership. That could be trust with the board, trust with politicians, all of the things that could go into the soup. And to be able, we always talk about being creative and kind of reimagining Cleveland and having RTA be that, one of those key players. And my question to the board and really to my staff was, how do we remain vulnerable or become vulnerable? Because I don't know that we've done that very well as a city.
Yep.
But how do we do that and also acknowledge the past, right? Because you don't want to just be blind going into things, because things happen. But then how do we also allow ourselves to create a fresh and new and be that powerhouse city that we want to be? And I think vulnerability is a big part of it.
Great.
Complicated.
Good. There's actually been a fair amount of research on trust, and I'm going to share just a high level with you. Remember we mentioned Stephen Covey, who before, his son wrote a book called The Speed of Trust. Anybody heard of this book? And what he says in The Speed of Trust, that trust affects two outcomes. And the two outcomes are speed and cost. So very simply, what he says is when trust is low, it takes a lot longer to get things done, basically. And there's a cost to that. Time is money. And the inverse of that, of course, is when trust is high, things go quickly. Think about some of these trusted work people you have. You kind of get each other. You work quickly together. You trust that what they're bringing to the table, and they trust what you're bringing to the table. And it doesn't take as much time. So what Covey says is that trust is about confidence, and distrust is about suspicion. Okay, so those are two ideas that we're dealing with here. So that's one view. This is kind of a business case for any organization, why you need to think about building trust. So that's one idea. Speed happens when people truly trust each other. Our distrust is very expensive. Okay. And I threw this quote in around the positive unconditional intent we were talking about. It's a good one. We tend to judge ourselves by our intentions and others by their behaviors. And the question, of course, is what if we just assumed everyone had good intentions? They just express it in a different way. So interesting when you're building trust. Okay. What we're going to do now for the next 10 or 15 minutes, and then we're going to take a break and resume, is explore something that's quite interesting. A gentleman named David Maister developed what we call the trust equation. So he actually thought through what are the elements of trust that make for building deep trust. So here it is. T equals C plus R plus I over SO. And now we're going to guess. So the T equals trust. Okay, good. We're off and running. What do you think C is in a trust equation? Communication, we just heard. Capital. Anything else? C. It's actually credibility. So what is credibility? If you have credibility, what is true? Can you speak loud? I'm sorry.
You're reliable.
No, that's a different idea.
Oh, okay.
Okay? If you're credible, what do we know? Just so we're all on the same. You're truthful. You're truthful. You know something. You're believable. You have experience. You have credentials. He actually breaks it up into two spheres. One is what you know, but there's also another element of how you share what you know. So it's almost like a executive presence thing. How do you share what you know? So his credibility has two angles to it. So let's just look again what that looks like. It's content expertise. It's knowing something. It's presence, how we look and act and talk about our content. He says it's the easiest aspect of trust to achieve. Okay, so that's the C. T equals credibility. Let's keep going. What about R?
Well, I was going to say respect, but now I think it's reliability.
Okay, there we go. Good guess. What's reliability? If I am reliable, what's true? Dependable. Yep. Doing what you say you're going to do when you say you're going to do it. That's reliability. Okay, so we have credibility plus reliability, and here's what he says. It's dependability, doing what you say you'll do, behaving in consistent ways, and it takes time to establish. Examples would be meeting deadlines or expectations, returning phone calls, not canceling or moving meeting days, following up. Those are all aspects of reliability. Okay, so we now have trust equals credibility plus reliability. And the next one, by the way, is I, and no group has ever guessed this. So if this group guesses it, you'll be the first of maybe 500 teams. What do you think I is? This is a great guess, but no. Independent. He said integrity, independence, intelligence, intentionality, innovation. These are great words, but no. Individual, you want to keep guessing? You really want to win the... No one's guessed it. Okay, I'm going to just put, okay, and then it'll give you a minute. Hi. Imagine, these are great words, but no. No, I can't give you an answer. I know. Impression, these are great. These are actually some of the best words. You have an idea. Okay, let's reveal. Intimacy. What is intimacy in a trust equation? What do you think? Yep. No, it's totally that. She said it's the vulnerability part that she was mentioning. Okay? It wasn't the word I was coming to, but it's almost like there's an individual kind of one. Yes. Thing you have to. There's an emotional connection. Yep. Wasn't the word I was thinking. Yep. But in order to trust, you have to like that. Yep. That connectivity and that likeness building. Okay. I wasn't thinking. Sorry, I said all of that.
I don't necessarily think you have to like someone to trust someone.
Yep.
There's some people that you just, they
It's
annoy you, they whatever, but you know their word is good.
Yep.
And you, so
Yep.
I don't know about how that intimacy feels and that. I could trust someone that I you know.
Yeah. No, great point. This is just his interpretation, but yes, there could be lots of elements.
I agree with that as well. I was going to say with intimacy, the proximity, right? So like if you're in social work, for instance, right, and we're all in the same industry, right, and we're talking about trauma-informed care, you could have some credibility and reliability, but if you happen to be in some other space in marketing or something like that, and that's just not your level of expertise, it might be a little harder to trust somebody without the credentials and the proximity to those credentials.
So what I'm going to say about when we get to the end of this trust equation, all of these elements are important as, according to Maester, when you're building trust. You have to have credibility. You have to have reliability. Here's what he means by intimacy. It's authenticity. It's transparency. It's caring. There's that great quote, I don't care what you know until I know that you care. Okay, so that's the idea here. It's about an emotional connection. So what he says is that you can have what he calls business intimacy. You can have an intimate professional relationship with someone, meaning you can know everything about their professional goals, who they are, what gets in the way of those goals, what keeps them up at night, what their aspiration is, without knowing anything about them personally, their personal life outside. So that's what he says is that to establish intimacy, one must share information about oneself and make it comfortable for the other person to share. That's your vulnerability point. Okay, so credibility plus reliability plus intimacy. And now we come to the denominator, SO. It's two words. Any guesses? This is the other one that is hard to guess. Yes, India, you? Okay.
provide a little bit of detail about what the SO is? Does it cut into the top, or is it?
Say it again?
So what helps us figure out what the SO is? What's the definition of the SO, I guess?
That's what I'm going to try and get. It's another guess. I'll just tell you. It's not significant other. It's not strikeout. It is self-orientation. And we're talking about low self-orientation. What is high self-orientation? That is, if I am highly self-oriented, what are you going to see in my behaviors? Say it again. Confidence could be. What else? Someone who's highly self-oriented walks into a meeting, and what do you see? It's all about them, generally. It's all about their agenda. It could be a form of arrogance, selfishness. That's high self-orientation. We're talking about low self-orientation. What is that? If one has
humility. Humility.
Okay, yep. Anything else around low? If I have low self-orientation, what's true?
Yeah, team
Think of the
player,
group.
team builder.
Or the person. Yeah, it's both the person and the group. You start with the person and you understand where they're coming from.
Empathy.
Empathy, exactly. You get that and you're incorporating that. So this is the trust equation, and I'll just give you self-orientation. We talked about it, putting oneself in another's shoes, understanding context, perspective, preferences, being curious, and showing genuine interest. That's what we're saying is important for the trust equation. Seek to understand before being understood. That's a listening skill. So that's a skill that you as a board and any board need. High self-orientation, we talked about that. Okay? So what we're going to do now is pause, and we're going to have you take a 15-minute break, and we're going to come back and explore this idea. But the bottom line is we're going to go into a trust exercise. Trust equals credibility plus reliability plus intimacy over self-orientation. That is the trust equation by David Maister. There are certainly other aspects of trust that play into this, and we're going to just explore that in 15 minutes. Okay? Yes?
If I can just canvass the board really quickly, because I want to make sure that you guys drive the speed of the agenda. If you're okay, maybe we just take a quick bathroom break and make it 5 minutes so we can come back. That way we might gain a little bit more in the lunchtime. I know people are getting hungry. I'm seeing the nod.
So we call it a one-function break.
Okay. All right.
I believe
yes.
Yes.
So just a quick thing, we will be sending you guys copies of all the presentations that are being sent today. We wanted you to go through it organically and really see it for the first time. I told Valerie if somebody would have Googled the trust equation, I probably would have myself.
By the way,
so listen to you.
And there's a great book called The Trusted Advisor by David Maister and his contemporaries. That's actually quite good. This one isn't, but that will be on the list, The Trusted Advisor. So
Low trust. I'm going to get this.
So the low trust is self-orientation low. Yeah.
Well, I meant up here, it was a couple slides before.
Oh, yeah, okay. Here, I'll put it back for you. How's that? Yeah.
If I'm going to get it.
Yeah, no. We can put it on. There you go. How's that? So low, that's low.
Yeah, okay.
So low, yeah.
High is that.
Yep. Trust equals, low, I know what you're looking for. Yep. You're looking for distrust. Is suspicion. Yep. How's that? Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting. Up. Oh, no.
To the end of that. Okay, that one. Right. But she, if we could truly manage, that's what she's trying to do, we can get all of that, right? Yeah. That's what you. Because my little party, was it? Yeah, they need to, yeah. Okay. Gotta do something. So maybe we try. And then they can do their housekeeping there, but then I think. Kind of interesting. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Even though we have lots of big others, we'll be in there. Okay. 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 She's on her job. Yeah. I do know him so well, oh, yeah, we were with him for years. I saw that picture and we with Roberto Duarte. Did you ever use it? I didn't use that one, but I had to just think about it when I was okay. It's right there, you can't go large. Father, and then, so. Oh, and that's right. Luckily, part of that was really good.
where you start within this particular trust square. Again, there could be other definitions of trust. We're just using the names for trust square. Okay, so our use for credibility, okay, liability. Okay, so Margaret, I think you're gonna just have everyone, and where do you want to go? Just where you start, not where you go. So why don't you join us for now? And I want you to talk amongst yourselves why this for you is the foundational. Why you're almost arguing for why you should start here. And just the point, notice that always have started at different points. This is an important point of trust equation. We start at different points. Okay, so talk about yourself. Why are you there? Why is this foundational element? Okay, talk about why don't we start with President? Why are you here? Why is this the foundational? We're gonna hear why this is the foundational element of trust. You're the spokesperson? Okay. Here. Why is credibility the foundational element of trust for this group? They are. I just had it definitely starting something out on a conversation. Definitely have a certain knowledge level of sharing. So I have just by default sort of was like starting with and all these other ones for time to get information on it, get it file over time. But that's the denominator. an important part of the equation. And so no one came here, but it's worth noting there are people who believe that having low summer orientation is the beginning of the trust process. So what I'd like to do now, I'm going to do one more switch, and then we're going to do another part. We're going to do one more pass. Here's the question. Okay. So this is the question now. In which elements of the trust equation do you personally build better awareness and skill? As we know that we have skill and credibility. No doubt there's skill and reliability over here. So which one of these are you not skilled? Because the important takeaway again, another one, you have to meet a bar for all four of these things. That is, you have to be credible. You have to go, where are you going? And I want to see watch what's happening in the world. We call it the Great Migration. Where do you want to go? Why? And by the way, you may not want it. You may say, I need to get better at this anyway. Okay? Y'all on the new phone? Okay. Where could you build better awareness, skill, and capability? So, for example, with credibility, it might, I know a lot of stuff, but I have to present it in a way that others understand what I know. If you're reliability, I just so many demands, and I'm trying to do them all, and I just can't be a better. Intimacy, I need to connect more with. I need to have that emotional connection. I need to pull out from them authenticity, transparency, and I need to model it. Self-orientation, I need to lower my stakes. I tend to go into a meeting, it's all about me and what I want to do. I really need to get it started. So that's why we go over some of the. So, is everybody in on that? Okay. Two of you are here. Okay, so we need a partner. Sharon, you want to be a partner? And three of you, or are you? Okay. What I'd like to do now is talk better with why are you here? Why is there something that you can get better at? Why getting better at would help you build trust with another person, maybe help your leadership. Talk about yourself.
No, it's more interesting.
Yes, we got it. We got it. We got it. Yes. We got it. Perfect. We got it. Trust the process. go to this particular element, and what would it mean if you got that this particular skill orientation? How about liability training? India, you're going to tell us why you're there and why it's getting better at what you become. That I began, I was split again between reliability and self-orientation, but I think if I'm really going to talk about in addition, I pray you say that this business will work together. Yep. And I realized that I'm a fluid person where I don't mind the deadlines, I don't mind the phrase to get done, kind of a thing that happens at the end of the project, but not everybody happens that way. So I think it's helpful for my position. I can run a lot of things, but I realized that I'm in the beginning today, I can play the game of saying, hey, we look at this and you're right, but not everybody. That appreciation for it may make them nervous, and then I'm making the wrong impression because I can move around. And then I get to be how myself look like. When I first started here, I think the staff, my team, was more used to it. First, the thing I got at the time you're in, they're going to be there, and I can vouch for that. In my mind, so that I can know what's going on all the time, and they nervous until they got into my style. So it takes 40 hours, do this, blah, blah, so it's a little bit, I'm moving. So I sometimes would have to be cognizant of how many people probably are. So the key is, by the way, reliability. It's not just, yes, being dependable, but it's also communicating. Yeah. So it's communicating. So it's not just ignoring the deadline, saying, I can't do that deadline, but I'm going to need it here. So there's something about how about credibility? Why do you do it? You're still there. I didn't do any movement. Really, that was terrific. I would hope to react. You give them one thing and we made up my mind. So I can move. Yeah. Okay. Well, Reverend, this is very helpful to me in explaining why I do that. I feel like I so I feel like I really so I must figure out maybe a little bit. Yeah. But at least, it's a great one, though. People who are in newer conversations tend to go to credibility. But what you don't know, you know it, you don't get it well that well credibility. How about why they just to gain credibility. I think myself and I'm authentic and transparent and caring. I think that Roberto actually down here is just intimacy. Yeah. It's probably an area I just work credibility and I guess if you're taking yellow line butter, I don't know how much is that. I can say probably more the gotta handle the matter of the project. So most of the top three stuff, but I think bottom social aspect, maybe that's something you can bear up and then further strengthen. Well, you made a good point here. We tend to start in our comfort. This may be an unknown. Sharon and I, this should be part of it. We're beginning to talk about why this is important to kind of build this muscle. You need to say the word why as a leader, building intimacy. Most people, by the way, do credibility reliable. Most people start doing this session. And then they move over to this. But I think that the concept of people don't check, their personal door. And so certainly in the workplace or out of the board, they're all bringing in things with them. So, we've all had some experience of that. So, when I remember what meeting I've been in before, I always try to start with today or whatever, I'm trying to get to, I got a big board agenda and I run it. Usually people are writing something in that if they don't get it out,
then they can't really use it, you know, but that really helps them. And Marty, what did you say? There's something about they can't hear. Yeah, I don't care if you know. I tell you, you care. Yeah, that happens. So I don't care. Yeah, so that. So, I mean, one of our, it's not just the way you begin conversations, it's actually what you describe as connection. But you can also be observing the person coming in and looking frustrated or like something's on the mind. So, you know, we have to listen with our ears and eyes. In the industry world, I thought because kind of creative and so similar to you, like, I work when I need to work, and that is unpredictable to people, and it can be read as unpredictable, but it's actually organized chaos. You know, like, and it's a method by method, those are people who are more structured, but I decided to go weird. I'm a Leo, and it's really rising, and so I apply it. Typically, the energy presents itself before I even say anything. And while I've gotten a lot better at being a listener, I think it's always and so I'm trying to be more of an active listener, and I think that's where my superpower is. We said two Libras, and she also said the same thing. Like, just working on being an active listener is always. Okay, we're gonna line out and we're gonna stand up. And get in front of the lady. Or sorry. My God. Yeah, don't worry about the water. Okay, Karen, go to the front. You see me push them on down. Whenever you land. We have a. Thank you. Hey, I want you to ask that little transport. Oh, yeah. We just some stuff and shape. But okay, so okay. Just one closing comment on trust. Couple takeaways. The trust equation is a helpful way to think about how we build trust. For people start at different points. When you're building trust, start with the person. Two, maybe as a little homework, think about someone with whom you don't have deep trust. Does the trust equation help to understand or explain why? Where does that person start and fit? How would you know? So, for example, I'll give you one example. Someone starts with liability, you might ask you a lot of questions about, so
kind of see it, and it's new, and we have it. So people will give you clues as to where they start. That's where you want to start.
Good morning. So I'm specifically with you today, Sharon and Marty. And we're just going to take just a little bit, I want to give you an appetizer today, on some things to think about as you, as a board, aspire to make decisions that are inclusive and equitable to the public that you serve, as well as you're interacting with them as a board. Okay, we learned about trust and why that's important, but it's also important to think about how you're interacting and making decisions in an inclusive manner. Okay, so one's external, one's internal. A lot of the work that my firm does is around working with organizations on creating an inclusive environment, as well as working with executives and leaders on how can I skill up, because you can. How can I skill up to be a more inclusive leader? So what we're going to start with, we're actually going to start with a visualization exercise. So if you would put your pens down, put your devices down, get comfortable. If you're comfortable, kind of lower your eyelids, okay? And don't fall asleep. We're going to do a yoga instructor, and we do. Right. So we might have some breathing exercises in the afternoon to kind of keep the energy going. So what I'd like to invite you to do is imagine, okay? Imagine as we're starting to return to work, travel, personal travel, you're catching a flight. And after you clear TSA, you're sprinting through the airport, barely making your flight. Then as you board the plane, the pilot has time to step out of the cockpit to say hello. When you arrive at your destination, you're excited to meet a friend at a trendy restaurant. At the table across from you, you see a couple celebrating their 20th wedding anniversary. After the meal, you return to your hotel room, and you have the best sleep that you've had in a very long time. The next morning, you're pumped about attending the biggest tech conference in the world. The conference kicks off with the CEO of the hottest tech startup taking the stage to give the opening address. What I'd like for you to do is pause for a moment and open your eyes if you have them closed. So in your mental image, was the pilot black? Was the married couple 2 men? Was the tech CEO a Latina woman? And it is okay and totally fine if one or all of your answers was no. You see, our brain, it creates images of what's familiar to us. Our brain is less of a fan of what's not familiar. And our reality is that the backgrounds of the people I mentioned in the various roles, at least in our society today, they're less familiar. Why are they less familiar? Perhaps it's how you grew up. Perhaps it's what you see in the media. Or maybe even the people that you hang out with. So as you continue through today and as you go through your work as a board, I'd like to invite you to think about how might you practice creating new visualizations. Are there any places where you could stand to examine your own behaviors? Okay? So what I'd like to do now is, and again, this is literally going to be a drive-by, okay? So I've condensed a day workshop, or at least a 4-hour workshop, into like 15 minutes. So this is going to be a bit of a drive-by. But what I want to do is I want to normalize bias. Because there was certainly a time having bias actually was probably a good thing. I know someone's coming from the food that I just gathered. Let me test that food. Okay? And so what psychology today found, they did some interesting research, is that as humans, we have the highly held view that, you know, I'm fair, I have no bias, I treat everyone the same. Okay? When in reality, okay, intellectually we know that everyone is different. Okay? But subconsciously, there's going to process a lot of information past the human. So consciously, we can still tend to lean towards what we believe, and that becomes our lens to what's right. Our culture, our religion, our fill in the blank is the right one. Okay? And what happens is that this presents some interesting and unique challenges in building relationships with people who don't look like you or who don't come from your same background. So when you think about that in the context of operating as a board, but also in the context of the public that you serve. And so what we know now is that, you know, psychologists once believed that only bigoted people use stereotypes. Okay, and that might be true. Now the study of unconscious bias is revealing that we all use stereotypes. And so, but there are situations where that serves as well. You know, I hear the smoke detector going off. Okay, my bias is to hightail it out of the building. Okay, so the important thing is that, you know, I like to call this with my clients, thinking about how we can start to have a pause practice. You know, if I pause for a second, you know, can I remove any filters that might cause me on an unconscious level to be biased? So again, there's benefits to bias. It does enable us to make quick decisions with little or no, information, and there are absolutely times where that is beneficial. Okay? What I want to do now is I want to transition, because I do believe, as we saw in Sharon's slides as well, that, you know, particularly for the constituencies in which you serve, that having an equity lens is important. So what I thought I'd do, you know, often I find with clients, they're using the terms equality and equity interchangeably, and while they're certainly present, okay, there are a few distinct differences. Okay? So equality, generally speaking, refers to the equal opportunity, the same level of support for all segments. Okay? Equality is the effect of treating everyone the same without difference. Equity takes it one step further, okay? It refers to offering varying levels of support depending upon the need to achieve greater fairness and outcomes, okay? When you get the materials, you'll see the source for this. You want to go deeper. What I'm going to do now is, and you might have seen this illustration, okay? Equality versus equity. So what you see, this is the baseball game. So what you see is, in the first image, it's assumed that everyone would benefit from the same level of support. So if you see the stands that the individuals are standing on, they're all equal, okay? In the second image, individuals are given different support to make it possible for them to have equal access to the game. So they are being treated equitably. In the third image, all three can see the game without any support or accommodation because the cause of the inequity was addressed. So that, you know, the systemic barrier was actually removed. So what I'd like to do now is I'd like to just open for a few moments some discussion around how this might apply to, you know, the work that you do. When do you see, you know, equity, you know, being called upon as you think about the public that you serve? What might be examples of equity already being in place with the work that RTA does? Thoughts? We've got Nancy on the snap. She is going to speak in a second. Let's lose. One thing I noticed is that when we launched the investment program for the marketing leads that came out in Spanish and had with nobody knows that I was asked about utilizing Google literature about people that are experiencing RT. Absolutely. Absolutely. So by doing that, they remove the barrier of a segment of the constituency that might not have been able to read the literature or would have had to work a little harder to find someone who could translate them. You might also ask yourself, too, as Cindy is getting the mic, what's the gray space in terms of opportunity that exists to serve in an equitable way? India? So I think that's a really good example, and thank you for that. And my conversation is a further where, and I can't say I'm a little actually sure I say the right word, right? Because in my mind, like step 1, step 2, step 3, that if it goes left, right, and 3. But I think translating is a good middle step, but it's not creating the free for everybody. So we have to be able to think a little further. Okay, that's one language, right? So what happens with the other one? And are there extra steps? Yes, that we can take and make sure that we're also providing that same equity to others in the community. Yeah. But it's a good first step, but I always want to make sure that we continue to push. So I think we're in the middle of prior to making a photo, so we have to totally take it in the advice. Love it. Valerie? I would just say, I think that it's a minor point, and I think it's important. I think we hear when we have our public comment section, when the public comes and talks to us sometimes, they bring up really good points. And for us, it's important for the state to their point. It's not that time for us to point out information. And it's kind of like a lot of times our chair will say, okay, somebody takes this out and respond to it. But I think it's time for us to make sure that we let them know where they're coming, because at certain points, oftentimes they point out that if you listen, they could be seen and articulated as points of quality versus belief or perceived quality. So sometimes people say, well, the bus is going to be cleaner or more something. And that may be true or not true, because it's been that should change, and it could be perception of reality for some people. Or somebody is saying, well, let's stop considering that. Not the way that CDC or more of an investment in the road. But if we had a whole discussion about getting that parity along what our buses are, system-wide, and it may seem minor, but it's major to the right. So I just think as a system, we have to deeper dive into that, because for some it looks like number one, for others it looks like number two, but to all it should look like. So rating. So we're going to wrap there. And again, this is a taste of, just getting your two systems flowing around a couple things. Number one, bias is human, okay? And there are times where it benefits us. And pausing and thinking about things, can be helpful in eliminating any unconscious bias that we might naturally bring to a conversation or bring to a decision that the board is making. Okay? And then, how can the board continue to keep front and center, image one is good, but the gold standard is image 3. Okay? I'll be around all afternoon. This is a labor of love and passion of mine, so happy to talk more on this topic or any other topics from the day. I'm going to turn it over to Murphy.
I think what we're going to do now is pause for lunch. I know that there are some more housekeeping activities, and so we're going to turn it over to India. So lunch is 30 minutes. If we can do a routine. And quick question, routine here. The food is right up the floor. We want to get that here. It is now 12:05. So if we can reconvene, let's say 12:40. To make sure we get up and do what we need to do. Yeah, and before we break, so the idea is to work on because I'm here to single pay myself, now, and then in time, as I recommend, the board has to be involved. There are a couple items that we might talk where we make time as a group to the public that we will talk about. But we'll talk about the public comment in a minute, and then also the meeting. Those are two items that will come to the process of retreat. Yeah, so please keep in mind the comment. Yeah, so I'm going to
And you know what, I didn't really, but they were not. I had met with them is over. And then I called, like, I called up the whole, I was on 30-something. I got something like the weekend, like, God, you know, they do it from 8 to 8, always on. And they were like, yeah, they were like, oh, you caught the wrong division. You gotta hang up on the division. I love them, and everybody, hold on for 30 more minutes. Yeah, that's where, okay, go back. Sorry. You're on the third place. Okay. Yeah. Right. Hello, everyone. Hey, Mike. We got about 6 minutes or so to continue maximum. If I can have everybody's attention for one moment, I wanted to be able to utilize the second half of the lunch to be able to talk through the board business. And I've been assigned by our board chair to be able to introduce those items to talk about. And that would be our public comment section of the board committee or board meeting for RTA. So the 2 questions that are on the table, and I think we have some robust conversation to kind of weigh in on. How long are we going to allow, or is the board going to allow for public comment? Currently, someone's correct me if I'm wrong, we have 2 minutes in the beginning and 2 minutes at the end of the same board meeting. So 2 opportunities for the public to come and speak, whether it's online, whether it's virtual or in person. You go for 2 minutes apiece. And the other question is to the date and time, being that we always have 9 a.m. on Tuesday. Does that work for the board? Does it work for the public? And are we open to any adjustment to that schedule in future meetings? So, Reverend Lucas, if you want to give that.
Then I move to the first item is this the little bit of history. I want to have people come to work. So when they talk about something happening, I think it's important to limit it because that's what you're in. 20 people walking, would be a lot out. But the question is how then I have many of the people coming for if we want to extend time the period to the fall.
You got 2 and 2. So if I can do something historically, we actually have 4 minutes to roll down. Historically, we used to do, I don't recall, I think we used to do 2 minutes only, and it almost should be a lot. 2 minutes at the beginning on any, items from the agenda, that before we go to the agenda items, and then you can come back and you can have 2 minutes on anything you want to talk about, in my opinion, I think that, I honestly think that we should just merge that, it's already 4 minutes, I don't think we need to expand the time limit. I think we should combine it, just 1 second at one time on the board, combine the 4 minutes, and let whoever wants to comment on whatever they want to comment. Whether it's agenda items, get up there, and they're talking about. And it can happen that more things can be happening on the ticket, the bus will fly, and splash in the water, or the bus, or they want to compliment someone. So I think we should give them that opportunity to go, not to speak 4 minutes, but we have to be respectful, and we don't have to be respectful. That's just my opinion. But I have to remember that you're there as a board, that is our Constituents board business. And the other thing that we run into that our other duties as board members, because we're there, and as you know, a lot of times we have an agenda that is going a length of time, and then we have to leave because it's a little longer than it needs to go, and make other obligations there. We didn't have to be there past noon or past 11:30, whatever that may be. We still have other obligations. It's not fair for the public, it's not fair to us, but we still have to go and get other obligations. So we sort of have to leave this start into the balance and deal with the business that we're there for, or leave it to the next time.
Let's talk about raising about 2:30 together, getting before that piece, rather than the 2 of them.
I was going to say, how we do it in big villages after we review what's going to be on the agenda. Wait, and speed after we go through the agenda items, we ask for the comments on that. So we that's not right, and I like that before we go for business, residents opportunity to comment what's going to be on the agenda tonight, and we do our formal meeting, then we allow our members public comment. There's any improvement that agenda item again, but more than likely some of those before they come from there. Right, the same. It depends, like, I don't know how hard that is to police it for you. We do it all up front. I want to make sure that we get their comments before we're going to vote on the matter, rather than back. So one second, I would say, we have to in front ends that give people a chance to provide you with the work.
I am a fan of one time. I think we made a good point before voting. We just suggested before I'm not on board, but understanding what the comments would be that may or may not influence your voting is sense to me. I've usually been in situations with bigger and smaller agencies where you could have up to 200 people to come to cover comments. It doesn't put it out there for 4 minutes or more. You could very well end up in that room for hours. And so I do want to also bring that up as well, because I think the more we gain popularity, the more that we gain the trust of the community, the more projects we have and interest, we could be in a situation where we are then vote. So that's why I'm a big fan of one time, regardless of the minute, because I think it's a little easier to believe. And then there was a point that was made during lunchtime that made RTA look into technology to be able to cut off, whether it's cut off the mic or whether it's some beeper noise, something that we can help believe the
respondents, because if you have whatever it is, 2, 3, 4 minutes, it's got to stop with that time, and we end up at 5 and 6 minutes for one person, and I was always, if I could feedback on that, I actually think we had that technology, but we just planned out something about it for me. I was going to say, I think that, I know that council had they had it to where you do a sign in on who's speaking, so I think I'm going to process of that. And then the city council may implement it, that they go process the public, and then they have it to where there's only so many people who can speak at a meeting. So there's a first come, first served sign process. I don't know what that process is, somebody can limit that, so that it's not that you're limiting, you're saying, if you have someone to speak in on to for this particular thing, you say, so the first so many different, the first so many different speaking persons along our various hybrid situations. I think for RTA, for theirs, first 10, for RTA, we have different dynamics, you might just want to figure out what that number may be, but I think we can put some parameters, and we think about that, because we only put that out for things anyway, that's important, and I think we could put some structure on that to make it make sense, and then we can always bring the comments, we don't have to, but I think we put some structure around this and flesh out a little bit better. I think it would be good to get their leadership comment about this as well, and figure out, come back to the full board and maybe come back and give us some recommendations based on today's discussion. So, this is Article 1, mortgage proposal, we request. We also have a couple of documents dealing with this. That's what we're talking about. So let's, I just weigh in. I'm in favor of the split. It's a balance. I think we do have to get the business. What we do change the analysis, yes, yeah. We needed to chair of the council, which we, based on what we anticipate, sort of the house, signing in, if we know we have a huge crowd, then we can really for any limit of time. And if it's not so crowded, we may extend it before signing, because we know it's key. So, I'm not suggesting, I think that's the discretion of the chair of our, when I do want to sign it on this now, we have some, and you can test the area of the time. That's just part of the
structure about it because the only reason why, in March, you guys didn't, but the reason why the structure about it is that when we do that part of the business, we haven't even had a discussion about putting a structure on the ones that are own. You know, we have to get some kind of structure with mortgage. You are only go from 9 to 12 and we can fit our business within that structure. Because if not, if we have a long-dated comment and there's an executive session in the back end or some subject thrown on there, but you got a topic that came up, there's a long-standing board meeting, but your members have to go because they still have other obligations that they are doing. Then you're going to run into your activity in the back end. So I think about that. My question would try the 1 at 4 minutes. I like having it recorded in the item. You can always, there's always miscellaneous. There is miscellaneous something on all the board meetings. There's a topic that you know is out there. You want to bring something back, but again, it's just a thought.
All right. Now, you know, you need to bring it together. I will say one thing.
I have a question. If it's okay, Chair, this will be the suggestion that I can bring for legal that can then back through any other questions that may come up, so that we talk about technology, going to be law, we can sign in, we can bring RTA staff and bring formal recommendation based on your suggestions to the formal board meeting and go over.
We need to know where it's mine.
Yes.
Yes.
Beyond the local, what is the process of between online when we are in the meeting? Is there a process that goes through marketing? What does that look like if we have that?
The process is we call in and we call you we let's leave it out there first. I'll do that with people.
This is getting online. So I was trying to follow you and post that number on our. We have a web form that I made for every meeting. They can go on and submit their comments. Web form, we have a spreadsheet. When we have a meeting, those later, we just gather those and send them out to our staff. We don't take the phone and person.
All right, well, now, we pretty much given the security level, do you want to extend that time from 2 minutes? Make it 3 minutes. Or you want to leave it at 2?
Okay, I guess the only benefit of putting together the 3 things together up front, if somebody had a topic they wanted to discuss, I guess the only best way of putting 2 sections together is one hand on that single item for that period of time. So that would try to call it in a little more time on that. They want to come back and follow meeting or another topic.
All right. I'm going to go back to it. So we still do the meeting.
So, my question is, 4 minutes, if I can think of one just something that maybe a little more controversial, which is the waterfront line, we were talking about that sewer lot, that changed out, and let's just say some people were at 20%, but if we have 20 people, we're at 20 applicants, and we haven't started our board. So, we're doing it in a process. Each year, we study the board, we already voted on it, and then it's kind of all to the side. But so, I don't know I'm saying 4 and 1 time. I'm using 4 at 1 time. You already are giving me 4 minutes. I don't think we can take anything away. Because it's difficult at this point. You already have a lot of 4 minutes. So from 4 to 3, it would be more 2. So that's going to be 2 slots. So I was thinking 4 minutes, 1 time.
Yeah, something really like that. We see already here that we have one of them, all right. That's number 1. Number 2, we're thinking that we should have at least board meeting at 5 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Every year, that's 9 o'clock in the morning, where we yeah, well.
Speaking for myself, I'll support that and give you the March of 2023. Support it.
You all go along with that?
And surrounding like about continuing together, I think that's a valid point for parents. So, we're putting together, and they're doing something like mine, people I know, basically dropping out, and they don't understand around. It's difficult in we're going to change states, we're going to change times, we're going to change locations. It just makes it from being a board member, it just makes it hard and challenging to plan and do that. And then we can plan and have a program schedule with that. So I'm not saying that we never take it on the road. One or one or say kind of thing, but I don't know.
I guess as to whether the possibility of doing business is challenging. And so we're going to need our citizens. Not so much necessarily the day or the issue was to do the work. That might be a mistake. With that, I took it once again.
The question that I don't agree with a potential solution, but the question that was from the audience, we do have the benefit of having them from here. I'm not going to ask you to weigh in with getting a smoke signal on all day here. Is that the question was outside of work hours, and this is different in not many. So I believe the question is general as far as changing time. So we did have a lot of people who said, I go to work, I can't make it during business hours as well. So I think we have a little bit of both in the request to change it, and they asked for it on a pretty regular basis to be switched to our house.
Once a year,
I like it consistent schedule also, and I committed before,
because people wanted to have some, but we had sort of a blend of town hall meeting, conduct business and not conduct business, to get a sense of how many people come. Because previous point, we have this, people can choose to let a comment to, the city, and they can send it to the mayor, and the council, they have ways to communicate, and I think we one point to be, they don't have the option for a public first comment. So I would say maybe start out like one town hall, and maybe that's not a committee, but I sort of like more interesting.
You do have to do that one time a year in Parliament. So maybe you do have your annual, in March, which could be a consideration. I know it's pretty active, and maybe that's not the right one. Regular meeting. I was just saying, I would just caution to say that, I think it's important and it's great that we have public participation, but I think, next year the role of the board is, and one of the issues in that board meeting that kind of the board meeting is there, because after the board has local vision, and I think they can lead to that first. And no one can see that, again, together working together, present and actively engaged. And Karen's correct. There were other times we were located at work meetings, and it was so confusing. And it's hard to do when you have other things that you are committed to. So I was just watching the moving around to accommodate together when the board works. That's my person. I think that they want to incorporate something like a community meeting, and they start doing community. That's something I think that they can come back to us and present something that I don't think she presented to the board. That part of the board function. I think that is a community function to be made at the leadership staff level. They can include some of the board members, and if that's the point, when they can engage us, we can come back to that. Maybe be there, a board member can come in, and one board member can volunteer to bring the mark, and we can represent the board. I think there's different ways to get that public input outside of the normal hours of operation of the agency, but not involving the board members to carry on now to the daily operations of the agency, which is not our business.
And what else is, I remember, we were changing routes, and we took it out, and a lot of us board members went to different community places, and not everyone was really well attended. So I just caution is that we have people, that they haven't had people in the past, because sometimes with local and then she makes decisions. So, go at night and we open up to get out of the building at night, and we have a meeting, and we have fewer people there that maybe that isn't the best use of everyone's time to do something. Things that balance it or one and that takes or whatever. I'm not sure the motion, but I just think that we have to make sure that we're not being directed by one or two people, that that's what they need, and we actually have less.
And it's system working with that people when they comment, it's up, they want people, and so everyone's got to go.
Because it also is the safety issue, I suppose, that people not wanting to come down at night.
I would see all of them, when people walking down, people leaving, I want to see, I get called the fire, leading for the leading time. I think we could have enough information to do really well, meeting, what kind of rules are here now, but for this county meeting, I
If I can accommodate, do decide before you go outside of the hours that you normally have, I am taking a strong recommendation for you to consider keeping it in the office. Because if you do move it out to district, we move to the garage, we are almost 24 hours, so you've got security, you've got operation for running, it creates a little bit of a different scenario. You have to let the public come in, you normally don't have public on your property, there's a big risk to putting out there, so I was going to say, please keep it in the office, if possible, it's a little easier for us.
We would have to forward in the library. We don't have to do it. All right, that's not.
Those were the other two. Those were the other two. It was the minute and the adjustment of the text.
Anybody else? So we will now thank the words taken on their life. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Now, if it's, okay, and blood from our chair, we switch back to the normal program, to our facilitator.
Yes. I noticed that you were called blood food. My phone is on my right for you ready to look like you got the prayer.
Okay. We've still got a lot of ground to cover. It is likely that we're going to try and wrap things up no later than 4:30. 5 today. So we just need to be out there. Right now, we're going to switch our discussion for the next 30 minutes only. Talk about Myers-Briggs. All of the Myers-Briggs have your report here. And we want to share them with you. But the reason we had to do it was to really inform a discussion around what is your work stuff? How do you like to communicate? So we thought that Myers-Briggs lens might be a helpful way to get in there. So we're going to talk about Myers-Briggs, and then we're going to have a very brief go around and hear from each of you. Here's the way I like to communicate. Be communicated to. Here's the way I think it works. So again, let me ask this question. How many of you, scale of 1 to 5. 5 being, I've done Myers-Briggs, I'm very well versed. In fact, I could probably teach it. What would you be? If you have no familiarity at all with Myers-Briggs, you'd be a 1. So how many of you say you're a 5? That you're pretty well versed in Myers-Briggs, you've done this enough time to be able to teach it? Okay? You're going to be able to teach it? Okay. Let's just say you're close. You know enough to be okay. How many of you would say you're at 3? You know, I'm trying to remember it. I know what I've done. I don't remember. And how many of you have not done it? Don't? Okay. Good. So we're going to go quickly through it. Here's what we're going to do. The way we're going to do it. I'm going to give you sheets for each table. You can pass it around. We're going to have to guess what you think your Myers-Briggs is before we actually share with you what they are. Okay, we're going to turn to the purple side, and here's the way we're going to do this. So what you see now, Myers-Briggs, and before we do this, I'd like to also just write your signature on a piece of paper 3 times. Write your signature on a piece of paper 3 times. So write it wherever you want, sure. You can write it on whatever state you or anything else you have around. Okay? When you are done, take your pen in your other hand and write your signature 3 times. Lots of groans. Groans. Okay. So the first time, what would you say that was like? You were described. the notion of preference in Larry Ridge, that we have a preference, but we also have an opportunity to encompass another preference. The idea is what we're trying to get at is your preference along four different dimensions. Four dimensions are what's your preference for gaining and using energy? The next one is what's your preference for gathering information? The next one is what's your preference for making decisions? Finally, once you go through all those three, you're going to have a general orientation to the world. We're going to go over each of these quickly, and those of you who have done it are going to help them out to teach the rest of you who are not teaching. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about each of the four dimensions. There are two dichotomies for each of the four dimensions. We're going to talk about it, you can ask questions, and then you're going to guess what you think you are, what your preference is, this or that. And the next question is going to be a scale of 0 to 30. How clear are you? And we're going to walk you through this whole thing. It's called the preference clearness index scale of 0 to 30. So it's not enough to know what the teacher's preference is, we also want to know how clear you are. Okay, so we're going to get. So for those of you who have done it before, can you help us, the microphone, understand what does it mean to have extroversion as a preference? Lauren, do you want to take this off? Well, I'm not sure. Okay, what does that mean?
I mean, it's really big. I mean, just preference and
Understand from anything from. Wow. Where did the extrovert fit in? I think we're just people. Yeah.
Get the people.
Okay, yes, got it. Perfect. And outside of the people place anywhere get the energy from what do we know about how communicate? It's a new definition. They tend to foster ideas out loud. It generally takes about 20 seconds for an extrovert to crystallize the thought. So the introvert side, how does that translate for people? It's exactly the same process that it's done internally. So whereas the extrovert fosters their ideas to crystallize an idea, the introvert does the same thing internally, and it almost comes out of the purpose of that. So that's how that happens. What you say is the challenge for the extrovert. Not what? Say it, no. Good.
Not giving away all their ideas.
Not giving away all their ideas, not taking free. Taking away. It's called the power of the pause. This challenge is the power of the pause. It's actually not what we say in the word about it. That's a real challenge here. How about the introvert? They're saying. Filling the space is the opposite. After saying what's going on. Extroverts, by the way, tend to think that introverts silence is agreement. It's not agreement at all. It's just that they don't express their ideas. So there's a little challenge. Let's just talk about the extroverts now. Those who think what? Look at 30 extroverts. Clear extrovert possible. We, all of us, on a balcony looking down at a 300-person party where that extrovert knows no one. What is the survey that extrovert doing? And we look down. We are out of the house, and we're looking down. What do we see that 30 extroverts do or like to do? Yeah, speak loud. They're networking. Said networking well. They're working around. They're meeting new friends. They're introducing their new friends to other friends. They're getting a lot of energy from this environment. And when that party ends, what are some of the scenarios for what we're going to do? You're trying to meet back up with friends. That's what they're let's do the same thing for now and now. Observing introverts. What are we observing? They're on the edge, maybe talking to one another. They're not in the middle. And when that party ends, it's likely to be going home, shutting the door, getting re-energized by silence. So, what do you think your preference? Do you have a preference for introversion or extroversion? How fair are you on the scale of 30? One, circle either the E or the I. And by the way, get to the example, bring over the sheet. Because what you will see are definitions of each of those elements, which is the step 2 part of the assessment to get involved in a minor grade. Step 2. Step 2 takes these 4 or 6 or 8 intermittent experts and breaks them down into what we call tasks. Okay? Spend more time, but it helps you get to who you are. Then take a look. So what you want to do now is circle either E or I, or introversion, and put a number. I think I'm a 15. Okay? So just take a stab at it. Okay? Let's keep going. Okay, what I'm going to do is look at a picture, and you're going to tell me what you see. And you're only going to get 20 minutes to take a look at this. Okay?
Maybe 20 seconds, 20 seconds.
There you go, 20 seconds. I'll give you 30 seconds maybe. What do you see? Okay, who wants to say what they saw? What did you see? And then Ms. Ranger. Okay.
About ballerina and
Saw entertainers. Theme would be entertainers. What else?
young person, maybe a parent or guardian of some sort, child. Birth,
What else?
older, people.
Okay. It looks like an interventional continuity. Okay, pause now. What's the difference between how you describe what you saw and how you describe what you saw? What's the difference?
I was more direct at what I saw through benefits.
Exactly. So this is the second level of mind training. How do you gather information? You're either going to have a sensing or an intuitive intuition preference. If you have a sensing preference, you're going to be interested in the facts, the details, the information that's right in front of you. You're going to say what you see, and you're going to use your senses to get at that. You tend to live in the present. You call on the past to inform your current decisions. Gather information like that. If you're a 30, something, you can't get enough information. Just keep giving me information, give it to me, give it to me. That's the essence. On the other side of that, and relating to it, why do you think it's that?
I've already taken.
You got it. I've already taken it. So come back. So the facts are about what could be, not just yes. The answers are about what could be. So they're looking at the way they gather information, or make sense of information by making connections. They might use medical. That was one of them. They might take the implication of something and come up with this. So what? What's all this information? They're very focused on the end and the vision, whereas the essence are less likely to focus on the beyond. They're focused from hearing. Clear? So this is preference for how you gather information. So again, circle whether you together. Sensing or intuitive preference. Put a number. Let's talk about the ways of making decisions. And there's many of you have one of these preferences versus the other. So if you have, this is about how you make a decision. What is your preference in making a decision? If you have a thinking or a team preference, you make your decision logically, rationally, A plus B equals C. You're going to tend to be quite critical, meaning you're going to apply some critical analysis and thinking things in order for you to understand it. By the way, those who don't have a team preference might think of it as being like too critical. But the T, the third scale, is really interested in getting to and understanding something logically, rationally, objectively. So they might spend a little more time with that. It's about making decisions. Making decisions not based on logic, but they're based on the values or the implications that you have on others. So they're going to start the decision making by determining whether whatever decision does have impact on others is enjoying with my values. It's not that they're not going to get to the rational logic. It's not that thinkers don't feel and feelers don't think. It's just where does one start? Sensing, experience, and frustration. You start at one place. Thinkers start logically. Feelers start. What do you think you are? Maybe yes. Are you going to see or not? And how clear are you that you're one or the other? Okay, so we're going to go to the final one. It's about one's general orientation to the outside world. And you're either going to have a judging or a receiving preference. David, I sent you a question. Do you mind sharing with us how you organize either your closet or your work life? Your approach. Bad. Okay. Start with your closet. What's your closet look like? Very well. Yes. Very good. Shoes and socks. Shoes separated from clothing. So you have something. And it might be like colors, it might be like seasons, but there's a system that you do. Anything else? When we were figuring these out, we like even said it was very organized in terms of organizing. Right, so I had to go sit from the front and they have everything like that, and then they don't have to. So now my name was like it, but seriously, he's very organized. Anybody else like that? Or better? More organized? You're the opposite. How about that? Yeah. And I know what's got me directed in the last. Yeah. Why don't we go? No, we're going to that group. And it's not organizing. Oh. What about those? You know, my man, meaning, go, open the light. Let's go. Take up six, let's go. You got things to figure out. Yeah. Does anybody do this that way? Does anybody like that? Yeah, so I think you say in your head, put that in your head. When you shoot the layer and slow you, schedule for what you're going to do there. Each time, we can just characterize in different ways people have. So if you have a objective judgment process. You want an organized, life. Important work these days is closure. You want to close it. You want to close on something in order to move on to something. Does anybody have a work system where you make lists, and once you finish something, you cross it off the list? Yes. And God forbid, if you did something and forgot to put it on the list, and you put it back on the list, only be able to talk about it. Of course you do. That's the title. So if you look out to the other side, receiving is about let life flow. I got a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. So, this is so crazy about this whole thing because what is your intent? Yes, what you're going to see, because when you get in your report, you're going to see here, remember, 0 to 30, what, you're going to have a couple of 1 or 2. All it means is that you answer the questions equally. So you very well could inhabit both worlds. You'll always have a slight background. Let's explain that. So you might be a very clear E, or you might be an E, sort of I, very in terms of 0 to 30 clear. So it can be explained. So the P is let life flow. The important work option. It says the important work is say exposure. The important work is option. I'm going to wait until the best option comes around, and then I'm going to. It's not that the keys don't close. It's that they're just waiting. How do you think this thing plays out in the world? You have a very clear J, T, and E. What's it like? Nothing is done. Okay, or there's something. This is reverse. T boss, the J group, the J line. Here's the point of my all of these dimensions are important. It's not a value, it's not judgmental. We just have our own practice. So here's what Myers-Briggs is. If you have to share Myers-Briggs with someone else, you're going to get it. So if I am gay, I'm working here and you're in today, we're going to get to the answer. We get each other. Myers-Briggs wouldn't set up as a caution because you don't want to get to the answer too quickly. You want to get to the best answer. So if you're really going to use Myers-Briggs, you're going to figure out how do we incorporate all of these lenses into our solution. So that's an important thing. So now what we're going to do is you're going to look at your guess. And I'm going to actually give you a folder. So by now you can guess what you think you are. And those of you who have done it before, it's either going to be how you appear in the past, or you might be different. Myers-Briggs say 90% of the time you do it, you're going to say whatever your Myers-Briggs is, with maybe one of the dimensions changing. The other thing, anecdotally, that Myers-Briggs says is as you move into middle age, you almost tend to begin to embrace the other preference than is your preference. So if you're an extrovert, you might start enjoying the organ. You're not going to abandon your extrovert. Just you're beginning to experiment. So, Teresa, I want to take a couple of passages out. What you're going to get is a folder. All I want you to do right now is move to the first page, the pink sheet there. I want you to find the description of your guess. So if you guess the NPJ, I want you to circle that, and I want you to look at the words that explain that dimension and look for words around it. We're just trying to get to your Myers-Briggs. We're doing it guessing. You're going to also get it through your report, which you took. And then at the end of the day, you get to choose what you want. But all we're doing for today is helping you understand your Myers-Briggs. So if you would like to out. Again, just go to the pink sheet that's in front. And look out. Don't look yet, a report, and we'll go from there. Okay, so you're going to circle. You're going to circle your yes. And once you've done that, your report is behind it. And what you're going to do is look at the second page of your report. It says how to follow. It's going to tell you what is the result of your taking the minor grade. And it's also going to tell you how clear you are. So you not only want to look at the result, but also the clarity index, which is on the second page. So, just elected body ask you how well you get is the first question. Did all of you get pretty much your Myers-Briggs? Anybody not get fully? And is it at all explained in terms of the clarity in this? And that it's low versus high. That's where the guessing may have run into. Yes. By the way, we are reminding your certified, we can also typically individually like some more information. We're not going to have time to do that. Years. Okay. I am okay. The most independent of all of them. Have the best vision of what could be, but because they're not. Well, I would say, because of the quantity, today, we have, yes. And I just think based on the changes based on right? Yes. And, what I would do is, yeah. Well, you know, think about it. The way we're schooled, we're almost all ESPJ school. That is, we have to deal with elementary school, we're learning how to interact with the when we learn how to memorize all the state data, that's the S, so that A plus B must equal C, that's the logic. And keep your desk clean and your boots in the right spot. You know, so we learn that. And then when we get out of the professional, those are the traits that we have to embrace, even though they may not be our traits. So, any other questions? Yes. I would say always in the GMCJ, where we have to teach we will make sure that we now yes. How clear is your test? How clear is your test? Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, sure. Agreed. So that's, yeah, well, when I got, we're pretty far on the undergrad back line, but even in that, I thought I was still pretty close. But again, because you're afraid, you're right in the middle, it's only easier to answer questions. So we're going to not spend a whole lot more time on my experience because we kind of want to have each of you say very briefly. Could be informed by my experience, but that's something you know. Things that are true to you, the way you like to work, that would be helpful for others to know. We want you to comment on the way you work and also the way you like to communicate to be communicated. And again, each of you, 40 seconds, we're just beginning the discussion here of should you know about me and the way I work, the way I prefer to communicate with people. So whoever wants to start, let's go around.
I just like to be asked something instead of I can get back if something comes up where you make the plan, base it and say, but just debating what that is. Otherwise, there's understanding there. The reason that, yeah, base it, whatever it is, pretty straightforward.
I'm not sharing my experience, but really kind of moving out to your communication style. So my experience is sort of Pete and Kara, right? It's not totally your choice. So let's keep eating along. What's the style, communication style? What's true about you?
I thought I was Pete, but I guess I'm yes. But really,
We all get the same, answer the question equally and then explain it. We totally then respond to my follow that to the other.
yeah.
You will tend to then compass the preference that you are, like if you're high and you are high quality. It's just one way you can probably understand. Anything that you should know about how you like to communicate with
Yeah, just like, I like to hear everybody's opinion, all the possibilities that are out there, and then I'll everything out.
Fair. Now, and we're straightforward. And very open to different ideas, and structure. So I like to communicate ways that this is what I'm thinking and how I'm thinking, even if it's just about an idea. Like, I wouldn't say a lot. I'm just throwing out the idea. It's not my way to go away because I come across as that. Throwing the idea out to the room. So I think I kind of think about overall agencies, so, you know, when I do environment, I'm just really passionate for it. I got a lot of sequence, no spread. I can handle it, you know, it's still a thing. It's hard to then mentally have to think about it. A little exciting, you know, I have.
I want to say, because I need to security, or I need to be well, I am the EMT, and I have to sometimes search for that call, because I usually a lot. You're a lawyer, right? No, I'm not. I'm a lawyer in my experience. So, yeah, you can argue both sides. Yeah. Not the lawyer, it's the leader. We really have time and it's scale. So it's the thought of that. Because, you want to comment answers? Both of my grades and since we work with them more. Yeah. So, pretty good because the executive is the attitude for it, but I think I like Paul. Like stuff saying like Sarah, yeah, she was a third lead. Third. So she's talking her ideas, how allow crystallizing. That's very different phone. Yep, and when I think you guys have a great but so any form of communication doesn't work for me, but I will say that it's better in writing sometimes, but I mean, usually start out with the ISTJ, which shows facilitating continuous development. That's the most private of all of them. So it's going to put your head down, do the work in front of you, and wherever. Okay. So that closes our segment on minor breaks. Again, we're happy to answer any questions individually want out there. You can do minor breaks, by the way, without actually doing minor breaks if you have kind of so anyway. And now we have some guests join us. Okay. Teresa, you're good. You know why. So we have had some extra folks walk into the room. We're just going to do a quick please, name your title, and it. Right, we have Warrensville here with our deputy general manager of resources, straight off the plane from California to Atlas. So we got on that. Employee Walker Myers, we got down here. She's also we got on the plane out of Minnesota. Yeah. Cheryl P. Denver, who is our general counsel. I'm sorry, we're trying to get the right. Cheryl handles our legal business and our safety well and claims. We also have Ron Taylor, our regular staff, who is essentially our chief operating officer, so everything's moving on meetings, but we've also got Kumar, who is over our internal audit. I have the team monitors and public support, Marcel and Board. We've also got Brian Dawson, who is our financial guru here, who is over procurement as well as finance. And then we've also got Mike Schubert, who is over engineering and planning and development. And we've got Chief Jones, the back here, who is our executive guru, and over security. So I think I've got everybody that's popped in and sent me started. So what we're going to do on the agenda is we're going to actually launch into the group discussion, and Mario is going to take that and then if you want, when we're ready, Kyle will ask me, and I will explain. Great. So here's what we're going to do. We each have 2 tables of board members. So if this group we might migrate over here, and then
Sorry. So we're going to break out not yet. No. What we're going to do first, we're going to walk you through a process of problem solving together, and then we're going to set you off into a breakout. We're actually going to deal with another set of topics. So what we're going to do now is just walk through the process that might be helpful to you to continue to evolve and get to it. So again, if you wouldn't mind moving over here, this is one table, this will be another. And those of you who have just joined us, we'll walk through the process now so you can see what it is and be able to assist as needed. Okay? So the way we're going to do this is give you each take one of these. This is kind of a test case that we're going to just play through, and you're going to see how this works. Okay, so what you have now in front of you is a sheet that says discussion on building increased board skills in problem solving, listening, and collaboration. I'm going to read this for those of you who don't have the sheet. This discussion will provide an opportunity to enhance and practice joint problem solving, listening, something that Reverend Lucas keeps saying is important, and it is, to each other, and collaboration skills, while also brainstorming ideas and solutions to topics that are important to our team. The discussion is broken into two parts. The first part is called setting the stage, and the second part is called advancing the solution. What all of you should have in front of you is just somewhere you could jot down some notes, or there are spaces on what I just handed out to you on the other page. If you look on the back, for example, there's space for notes. Just use this. There's also some notes on the second page, so there's no space for you. So please be prepared to jot down any personal reflections, ideas, or questions as you move through the conversation. In advance, this is what we'd like you to do. You're going to assign one person to be a timekeeper, one person to share the outcomes from your conversation with the broader group, and one person to take any additional notes, observations that may be helpful. Okay, so there should be 3 roles at each table. We don't have to do that right now. When you break out, we're going to ask you to do that. We are going to come back here and have you report out on what you've come up. Right now, we're just going through the test case to show you how it works. So the first part, as we said, is about setting the stage. Here's this topic of issue that we're going to just think about right now. And it is how to be the highest performing Greater Cleveland RTA board. That's the topic. Here's what you're going to do first. Each of you take 1 or 2 minutes and just jot down your ideas or thoughts to answer this question, how to be the highest possible performing RTA. So whatever ideas you have, put them down somewhere. You're going to need to refer to them in just a minute or two. This is the first part of the process. It's to capture your own views on a topic. Another 30 seconds, whatever you capture, you could take longer than this, bring this in the breakout. But again, just walking through the process. Okay, let's assume you have your ideas. Here's the next. No. There are going to be 4 rounds of discussion that are part of this talk. The first one is each of you will have about 30 to 40 seconds to share with your table your answer, point of view, whatever your notes are on this topic. Your job is to listen closely to what your colleagues are saying. No interruptions. There's no discussion. We're just making sure now that everyone's point of view is expressed. And you said that I would like to hear when everybody has a point of view. That's what we're doing. By the way, if you were 10 or 9 extroverts and 1 introvert, what would happen? We'd never hear from the introvert. So this is kind of a higher thing. We want to make sure that everybody has expressed an opinion. That's round 1. So we want you to do round 1. Start with someone and go around and just share under a minute what your point of view is on this topic. Go ahead. Jim. Okay. Done? Okay. Rich. You're all clear? That's it. Oh, okay. We'll wait for you and then we'll move on. I just had a comment. There must be a bunch of extroverts already on the page. Okay, so that's round 1. You've all heard what each of you have as a point of view. The next round is review your notes, if you took any, and choose one question to pose to the group, either to get more clarity on something you heard or a question that has bubbled up in you that you feel ought to be part of this discussion. Okay, so we get it. You're just right now being curious. You've heard something, can you say more about it? Or I didn't hear anybody say this. I think it's something we ought to think about. So you're just now going around again. You're going to be so concise. Everybody's going to finish at the same time. And you're just putting some more information into the discussion. So see what that looks like. Go for it. I'm going to give you a 1-minute timer just so we can keep on track here. Okay, 1 minute is up. If you could move to the next person if you haven't done so already, and another minute is starting right now. By the way, this is the job of the timekeeper in your breakout room. That's the end of minute 2. Move on if you need to the next person, and we'll start minute 3. End of minute 3, 2 more minutes to go. We'll start 1 more minute. You're done? Wow. Is this table done? No. Okay, this table is now. Good for you. Congratulations. Just tell us when you're done. Okay, everybody's done. Let's go to round 3. Okay, now that you've heard points of view and opinions, the third round is about individually reflecting on discussions from round 1 and 2 and develop a synthesis of these discussions. Synthesizing is a key skill of boards. What do we mean by synthesizing? What is a synthesis? Said another way, what's the difference between a summary and a synthesis? What's the difference? How would you define a summary? How would you define a synthesis? Take a Mike. What's the summary? Anybody have a definition?
I would say summary is factual.
Factual, okay. Summary is factual. Synthesis requires analysis. Anybody have a different view of that? Okay. And what's synthesis? Okay. So, yes, we're there. They all start with facts, raw, unordered information. In terms of summary, we're looking at a condensed restatement of the facts. That's the definition of summary. The definition of synthesis is the implication of the facts. And the important question here is, what is the so what of all these facts? So they're different. One is about a restatement. One is about the so what. We want you to get to the synthesis, but let me have you practice once more. Okay, here's some facts for you. I have misplaced my keys. My passport is where I thought it was. I'm 2 months behind on my tax return. What's the summary of that? Is that the summary or is that the synthesis? Okay, what's the summary? Okay. I've lost my keys and passport and behind on my tax returns. I'm just condensing the facts. And the synthesis then is disorganized. Okay? Yeah. So we're trying to get at the synthesis of what you heard. What does it mean? What's the so what of this discussion you just had? Both rounds of everybody's individual opinion as well as questions and new thoughts. What's the synthesis? So that's what we want you to get. The question of synthesis is, what is the so what? What's the implication of the information? So now knowing that, we're going to go back to round 3 and say, have you go around, can you develop a synthesis on your own about what's the so what of what you've heard? It actually takes a little more work. It's a skill that can be complicated, but you're trying to get to the essence of what this information is about. So right now we're just playing with and trying. If you want to try, you don't all have to. But if someone feels that they want to try just doing a synthesis of what you've heard, share it with your table and we'll move on. You are trying as a group here to just crystallize the world that you're discussing. So we're going to, in the interest of time and getting to the real problem-solving session, we talked about what you just did was advancing the solution. That's what you just did through the 4 rounds. You're advancing the solution. The second part of it is actually the problem-solving part of it. And we're not going to have you do this now, but this is where you put the metal to the highway here and really get at some ideas. You'll be doing things like really brainstorming now and framing what you talked about and the issues and questions related to the topic that you're going to kind of discuss shortly. You're going to generate further questions or issues that need advanced So you didn't get to all the issues, but maybe there are other ones that in order to get to the best solution, you want to talk about what those could be. Then you want to get to, this is the important part, what, if any, are your ideas or recommendations, action steps for moving ahead on this topic that you can report back to your colleagues? Okay, so got the information, now you're just coming up with some preliminary solutions. And then any additional thoughts. So what we're not going to do that, but if you choose to do that in your crew, it really does get you to a new point. What I'd like you to do, not take 5 minutes, but at your table, just talk for a minute about, take 5 minutes as a group and discuss the process you just went through. What worked? What didn't work? How might you use this approach or some version of it going forward to work together to advance great ideas? So just talk amongst yourself about how you experience the process. Talk amongst yourself. So again, we're gonna move ahead here. Are there any thoughts on this process that either table would want to share? Anything around this approach and whether it would be helpful or not? Yeah, you want to share with us? No? Yep.
I just said, thinking the mayor's, he said something at a board level about maybe initiatives that want to understanding what it kind of makes sense to.
Yeah.
Maybe why he's looking at it this way or solve it this way.
Yeah.
This helps me kind of understand a little bit more.
Oh, microphones, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Because you get everyone's point of view. We only got a couple points of view. So, yeah. Anything else about this process that could be helpful or some version thereof? Whatever is working, you might want to implement in what we're going to do now. And India, if I could just lay the stage for what we're doing, and if you want to add anything more to it. So what we're going to have you do now is we have our experts who have joined us from RTA. We're going to be breaking into two different groups. The first group, The first group is going to be talking about workforce development. And the question, the issue that's on the table is, what are we doing to strengthen relationships with community and labor, to advance our workforce, and advance efforts to attract, train, and retain talent? That's what the group in room 207 is going to be doing. The group two, the other breakout, is going to look at the Civilian Oversight Committee question, what does a successful COC look like? So those are the two topics for the breakout groups. Then we're going to come back here and as a group, talk about the survey data question. In each of your breakout rooms, I'm going to show you now where we'd like you to go. You'll get more of these descriptions of this process if you want to use it. If not, you're going to start off with a 10-minute discussion of the topic, by the experts at RTA, and then you're going to have time to actually discuss the topic and come to some points of view. When you finish doing that, we're going to have you come back in here, and each team will do a report out of probably 10 minutes. Again, we're not trying to solve every problem. We're trying to get going. So, yeah, do you have some additional thoughts? Yeah, here, I this too, if this is helpful. Yeah. Okay? So, I was just going to be able to ask the board, remain open-minded to this, our official board meeting, this is UI, that we talked about earlier, to talk about things of one topic at a time, which is really well with the last cycle. This Friday, the board meeting, where we are voting the discussion, exercises. These lists have been filed according to the message of it up to try to make technical possible. There has been feedback from several of for the last 9 months or so. Reading the gathering, I've been gathering. Some of you have asked us to explain, some of them others. And so hopefully you have been putting some bright work based on some questions you've been asking, whether it's parties, online, that kind of thing, areas of interest. Again, it's not very real, it's not to see your input, it's the next problem. It's taking the branch of the call. We will be providing presentations that will be provided by the museum electronically so that you have it as information. But again, we can take it on that feedback. So we should be able to find your name and then group that you're in. And that's, of course, at the last part of the meeting, everyone wants to talk. So one other thing, we're going to have you hopefully finish up around 2:45 and then take a break until 3. So if you wind up going longer, you'll get a shorter break. But by 3, we want to be back in here. Okay, so any questions about what you're doing or any more explanation about how the session is going to go? Okay, grab a drink, and the breakout rooms are literally on the other side of the lunchroom, and then there's one more beyond that. You can leave your stuff here. Yeah, and again, those descriptions about the process in the room. Yep. No, I know. That has public about
It's funny, because I actually got that question. Somebody was like, are we going to see it charted out?
Yeah, but that's it. So you can take it. And
Okay.
I had Teresa, because she wasn't in the room, and I was gonna call her out for the S. But who's this one right here? She said she didn't, but she said she did the guessing, and she said that's what she likes. So, just so you know.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Because when we were doing that, you could see how
Yep.
they were the ones that were like, you got to prove it first, and everybody else
Yep.
will trust you until you mess up. So, it's a work.
Okay, work in progress.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I think that it was, I almost saw that like, oh, I should, you know what I mean? I think I saw it.
yep,
Yeah.
that's for your eyes only.
Kumar, did you want us to be up on the phones or observe, or what would you? Pop in. Yeah. No. We're almost done.
If there's time, Sharon, and if not, I would just, I would make, here's my, so these are the breakout. That's each of them will give. Here's that question. Question back today, India, and then here's, we're going to go around, and if you take away from my time, today, what do you take away? The next step, the next step, we have to where it should. And you just have them, just take over on it. Yeah, sure. This is the same for a minute. Think about this. What should you take away from this? Yeah, you want to do it. Okay. What's the next step? Think we should think. Okay, and then from there, you can get out and be sure that you can get out. Maybe I would do this last. I would do share agreements. Any message about it, take out. I wonder if we should, we'll give them to. Well, I'm just wondering if. Yeah, we'll stick with it. Maybe we'll stick with mine, and then maybe we'll get. Okay. Do you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't a rush, it just went out. Yeah, it did. One of them is, we're a board that's we're open to change, whatever it is. Are there many But, if there are messages, we're going to be classified, whether you board it. Okay. That's the way I start. How would you answer that question? Yeah. Okay. If it were, constituents, right? Yes. And I would spend most of the time, again, we're introducing things that you thinking. Yeah. We don't need to. Yeah. I love it. Yeah. What do you call it? Do you call it softly? I've heard of appetite. Drive-by. Drive-by. Yeah. That's good. So, and the thing about what we did today, every board needs to be thinking about it, not just not. Yeah. Yeah. Well, but, go back to the beginning. How are you going to ensure that the school gets the balance? Number 2, when people ask the question, what did you do at the board? What are the things that putting a bunch of problems, how are you going to make sure that these are enacted? Are there any ones you don't want to take off or add? How are we going to close? And now, what's one thing we continue to commitment you or should take it, I think I'm going to start anyway. I think we can say it, I have to put that up, but it's not good. We have to go back to the so that's what we'll do. Slide line. Barbie, you want to do so each group is going to be sharing high-level observations. And, if you want to share any key takeaways or areas needing further discussions, we're reporting out. What are the next steps? And take any questions. And, we've got to make sure the timing is 10 or 10. Now, I always say, to that disclaimer, we're not going to get to the we have some progress on these things, but we just want to hear it very So there's those are 2 groups that, workforce development, and then we're going to do civilian. When we're done with that, let India take things here and talk about survey.
Okay,
So, Sharon, what, they essentially just survey data question and this is transfer, right? And
Yeah.
What is transfer?
so, sorry. Let me go back to this one. There. Should I create what is is that sure?
Yeah, yes, I think the two intent would be, we're just hearing what was developed and yeah, which is why I think we both would go into one of the.
Yeah.
And so we're doing both, what was the flavor of the discussion?
Yeah.
And, you know, let's have a discussion now for 5 minutes.
Right, but you have to, exactly, we have to contain it.
I would, we want to be efficient.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't want.
Right.
So we're just gonna.
So we're just discussing, not.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep, way to practice the, yep, okay.
So you know, I do. Say yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I noticed that in you and I know that. It really was. I noticed that myself.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's go back to acupuncture. No, I'm going, so get this week on, she had 10 cell, let's, we had pickleball.
Yeah.
And so she was a former college tennis player.
Okay.
She comes by eventually.
So you start, ma'am, that's my personal stuff. Oh. Which one is it? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes. Steve. Never done it.
Thank you, appreciate that.
So give Doug been doing it, somebody on the west side, somebody way out.
Right person, right?
Really? I do want to.
She's in Beachwood, Dr. Val.
Okay.
She's a.
You said it's about.
Yes, she's a, yeah, she's out there too. The new list.
Yeah.
Her menopause.
Yeah, perfect.
Yes, great.
Great, I love menopause.
Sorry to laugh. But anyway, she's totally fine.
Fine. Yeah, that would be so much more convenient, although give both. I'm doing my knees, so I could surgery on both knees, kind of carving them out. Osteoarthritis. I'm working on, I exercise every day, I fight my way through all these things, and it's just like.
So it's going to say, well, I mean, she really does get the trial. Yeah. I would say you guys, I love her both.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good to do that.
Okay.
Give an idea. Okay?
Okay, and then,
Everybody set?
yeah. So we're ready to.
Yeah, well, why don't we take one on the other side? Here. So workforce is 207, so we'll actually go to the floor.
Yep. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You are calling back. Oh, no, it's the problem. Yeah. Yeah.
Do it again? Well, by 3, they'll be back. Are we good? Yeah. It's like always, it's like always stuff that I would never eat outside of here. I did, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. You're tough. Hi.
Hey,
How was that?
it was good, it was good.
Yeah. Yeah.
We probably wrapping up. But I'll do it. Yeah.
Wow. Wait, yeah. For you. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to start to ask, folks to begin transitioning back to the main hearing room here. I know there's lots of great conversation going on, so we'll start being together. As we read.
We're missing a whole team, aren't we? The corraler is gonna.
Yes.
So, I thought you were so. I was really. You're gonna love it. That's the moment. Slowly.
The yoga teacher.
Yeah, no, that was really good. I noticed that for me.
Yeah.
It was I love that.
Cute.
And then, you know, that was great. It was fun to see you.
Yeah.
And no more OKs and no more, yeah.
Yeah. I know, we're gonna.
I counted 17 OKs.
Really?
Yeah. And I just started, so but no one knew it. No one but me, that's what I.
Yeah.
But just now be aware of it.
Now be aware of it. Sure. Okay.
How was yours?
The guy presented. The guy presented. And right at the council super.
They're getting something out of it.
I couldn't use that problem.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was gonna say, you know, I mean, I want to perfect that thing. I like this inclusion lens. I like the leadership lens. I think we need to play with that because it's a great lens.
And you've said a million times, and I think that's right to understand, you know, before you like push your.
Well, think about that discussion earlier. I think that if we had some turnout, 2 people were going there.
Yeah.
About
That's right.
and we didn't hear what anyone else.
And it would have been, but it would have been interesting if they would have.
That makes sense because I'm around.
You know, like, what, you know.
Yeah.
Has joined the meeting.
Because maybe somebody else was there, any downside, otherwise, to the two, and then they can, you know. Maybe what is that? Yeah, actually, we end up being their leader, you know, whatever, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, yeah, because you can kind of advocate through questions that you too, but.
Absolutely. Nice to meet Margaret in person.
I know.
You've heard
There
it.
you go.
I told you.
There you go. So I was gonna ask, you tested the problem-solving piece at the conference.
Yeah.
What would you, what had you been doing in the past as it relates to
Nothing
this?
around problem solving.
Okay.
Well, that's not true. The only thing we're doing was the last page that was part of that pack,
Yeah.
which that was the only thing we did. So we didn't do the whole setting the conditions of listening, of asking questions, and gathering more information, of synthesizing.
Yeah.
So that's what we added.
I'd
And I
like,
think
I'd
it
like
makes
to
a difference. So,
Yeah.
and now I think just again, this needs to be something that needs to be edited down. the microphone ready for whoever is their spokesperson.
Okay. I'm gonna ask the spokesperson to come up front. I'm gonna ask, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna set my time. All righty, it looks like folks are gathering, which is awesome. Having great sidebar conversations, which is also awesome because that's part of the retreat and chit chat and getting to know each other. We are going to go ahead and keep it moving for the balance of the afternoon and our time together today. So if I could ask everyone to make their way back to their seats. I know, exactly. And what I'm going to do just to, we're not going to do a coin toss. We're going to do the group that I happen to step into, at least for a few minutes, is the Civilian Oversight Committee. Whomever is representing that group, if you can just get yourself ready to migrate up front here. What we're going to do is we'll have a rep from each of the breakout rooms. I'm actually going to do my sign on my phone. We will have to cap this portion at 12 minutes each. Okay. And I'd like to share your observations. Feel free to type it out to if you chose to use the problem-solving process that already introduced earlier. Feel free to share some results about that. Then we can dive into what, if any, key takeaways you have. Are there things that have emerged that you realize, wow, that's further discussion? Because again, we're not here today to solve. The purpose of today in this exercise is to practice the problem-solving process that we presented, and just to whet your appetite for the topic. Are there next steps? And then we want to make sure of your 12 minutes, you don't spend more than 6 minutes on those days, because then life will open up to participants who were not in the room to ask questions. Okay, we'll have a little bit of those probing questions, those clarifying questions. All right, this is start with the road over. But right there. You're right there. All right. Your 12 minutes start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. The chief is probably coming up to share this microphone with me. So our group gave a brief overview again of the Civilian Oversight Committee. Bring us up to date on where we are as an organization. So again, one of the items, one of the things related to pretty substantive is a lot of our police department that was transparency, one of the items Civilian Oversight Committee. So we share some of the key aspects of the program as we are still in the development stage of that program. We kind of have here actual board members what that would say. How do we foresee a strong civilian oversight committee looking? And one of the kind of start with one of the items that the mayor and Valerie brought up was when we looked at the island was creating members to sit on the CHC. We had very broad categories of membership. But the least one member of the law enforcement community there, so that he acts sort of something out of expert among those who are appointed. So, discussion there makes a lot of sense. We can certainly take that back and talk about that and other aspects of communication, how to be a representative for, but also that to be able to truly interact and there's an issue that comes from the committee. Step out on the next page.
Way to delegate, Doc.
One of the things that was also talked about is what should be expected of our COP and what should the COP expect from our team. One of the topics that was brought up is actually communicating with them. You have to be clear every step of the way what direction the COP is going, whether talking about what kind of training we believe is necessary, what the requirements to sit on the board, taking a meeting. Also, where we are, the goal is to have this onboarding by the end of this year. If it's on late, I'd rather have it on late and explain to everybody why it's on late than to try and rush together and not communicate with the community. It also creates where the community won't show what we're doing. So, the other thing that we discussed was compensation. How we can compensate those people who are going to be seated on the committee. What we are initially talking about is meeting, because right now, we are at a historically where transit police does not have a lot of contracts to Cleveland or other ones. So initially what we're talking about doing is having skills to meet every other month. However, if it's is submitted then, they will be on demand based on that complaint because of the present market has to be on the certain months. If there are no complaints within those 2 month period, they will still meet every 2 months. So the goal for with the COP is to build trust in the community between transit police and people that use it. Not just riders, but also operators, railroaders, every person that's on the COP.
All right, do we want to transition to open it or? Definitely. Want to take your questions? Yeah, absolutely. Now we'd love to open it up. If you all are, if you have great teamwork, makes the dream work. If you all are done with kind of the summation part, would love to now open it up to dialogue, probing questions, clarifying questions, with the lens of we're not solving or voting today.
Okay, questions?
Well explained. That's a good job. Seriously, will it also take complaints about like our ambassadors on the fire table? Will the COC also?
You just turn it off.
Will the COC also oversee the initiative?
So, oversee, so it will, the COC will take complaints against any police department employee. So if there's a complaint against an ambassador, yes, oversee.
I oversee all the
complaints, yes.
And if I can add, if I can add, when we talk about first growth, people that are on board, everybody knows. If I can add, when we talk about transit employees, we're talking about we're talking about all of our community support centers, and the administration, staffing that we're with, and our police executive also under the transit community support. So just to give you an idea as well, I'm going to be planning to we cross for investigating and some support for claims which are the more serious complaints. They may, have to deal with, certain teacher, teacher, it could be a line of service where they resolve together with the police report. It could be related to traffic stop, any complaint of any kind of racial bias, gender bias. Those are just an example of some of the things that you know, to the world. So there was a brief discussion about compensation for the COC members, city members. We did not get to a consensus, but we were laying out the documents about. But the conversation was towards a lot of different methods for doing compensation. I think we're getting different areas depending on kind of the right of the complaint that are coming in or frequency, the usage of number of time, and that kind of thing. That might be considered as it comes to conclusion, working here and start to be put together. There are ideas of putting taxes as an option for public to be able to get their compensated. I think CHC would use as an example of that. We've mentioned that that's pretty valuable to folks that are in the environment that could be the profession. And then also we perfect action money, right? We talk about if you're a paid per meeting or if you're a general monthly like that. I know our general counsel had also mentioned that we've got a certain maximum amount that we pay for normal work. We're not that. So there's a lot of stuff there. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we started to look at compensation. That is our couple other areas as well. We can always bring that out. You want to make it work.
Let's say the neighbor review a complaint. What's the process after this? If a neighbor review a complaint, what's the process after that point? Who was that creating the back?
So the complaint will be investigated. The findings will be turned over with any recommendations.
Okay, we've got 1 minute warning.
Any other questions? All right, it's up for work.
All right, good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
We talked about what do we do to strengthen our relationship with community labor, and our workforce, and advance practical training and teaching of employees at RTA. And particularly, there's a short brief overview. We talked about partnerships that RTA is currently involved with, namely the two bigger ones, the Ohio jobs. We spoke about initiatives that we have underway to push our mission, push the values out of our employees. We showed some slides about operator recruitment, particularly because operator recruitment is the biggest part of our effort. And then we talk about how we measure success. And as we start looking through the conversation, there are some opportunities for improvement. We have great things to look up with lives, great opportunities to chime in about this, not only the work there's some ideas that came about from the ground. As we look at today's labor workforce, we have some employment institutes, one that's formal for women, others that are formal for Hispanic and youth. But we had, pointed out, if we're trying to attract each Gen Z, we don't know what Gen Z really are, but they know who they are. Not me. You can find out who they are. But we talked about developing other young professionals and another that happens to outreach, that happens to engagement. We also talked about where these folks looking for jobs. We know they are. We know they are not quite. I'm not sure that we have this here that came to RTA and it's been 15, 20 years, 15 years. We call it. We also talked about telecommuting. So a number of employees wanted to telecommuting, spoke briefly about our telecommuting procedures, how they work, how they might be enhanced to attract people to our organization. We recognize this type of members of our employees may not need that telecommuting scenario, but there are people that support the effort that could be in practice. Particularly for all employees, the way to attract and retain more people, daycare, parental care is becoming an issue, right? More people have to take care of their families, and in what way can RTA be a support to them? Maybe we're not the daycare itself, maybe we're not running the daycare. We can start to reach out and get subsidies for the partnerships that can help frontline workers to get all staying with the daycare families. We also talked about maternity and paternity, particularly in the day and age, with regard to family. Both are looking for that opportunity to see the employer as progressive, see the employer as leading the charge of the compensation, particularly for maternity and paternity. This would be something that is separate and distinct from regular vacations to personal school, perhaps one of those things that would attract more people to the bottom. We also examined tuition reimbursement. So we have a couple of tuition opportunities, a number of training initiatives that we took, and our team talked about how can we go forward and enhance that even more and promote it more to people that are coming to the organization, because that might be a fraction and a position to come and stay in RTA. Other thoughts from our breakout group? You might have come up with that on the sheet paper. Questions for the group? What's that part of the So in our two biggest job fairs last year, training week was Chief of Security. And our last one that we did at Kumar, training week was there, talking to people, meeting, recruit people for the master job. And so that's the next step that we have to finish. And we both have to make it happen, right? Every job fair that we have, not only are you security, but you're advocating. And you're representing officers, you're representing bachelors, you talk to people with scholars, like meeting operators. So it doesn't have to be just a training specific event. You are invited to everyone.
So there's a nice feedback and quickly, so that way, we have too much to do. And I think that was a loaded question, and I appreciate you. And so, I think the idea is also, what are we doing about next generation goals? And when I say that, like, PSL, when you have like language, I'm checking sure I'm not done it, but I am proud. But being able to think about those folks who parents may not look at, or guardians may not look at, or think about RTA as a viable, like, because they just don't know what to do. Or maybe, we have to have privacy, we have to put stuff in random, in those communities where we have that real first full, 20, 30, 40 years life here in the United States versus when you move in a place where we may not be top of mind. And then also, I think it makes a lot of sense when we talk about things like law enforcement even, to be able to look at information that will like the perceived reality and our real reality. As far as how we get along with the community and whether or not you're thinking about careers that are not driving the bus or driving the train or cleaning it, which are very typical of some of our older years. I think being able to think beyond that and pushing people to be out of their comfort zone to look at RTA and recognize us as a job provider of more than just the bus and the train, right? While it's very important, we have an engineering department, which doesn't have other work. We have a legal department, which is, I say, getting to be a little bit more diverse, especially with something else, and those kind of things. And we have a marketing department, which is really a complete revamp, which has a lot of, shout out, I think we got 5 agencies or something like that, to be able to go through generation shift, right? And we've got an audit department, and that's not as far as the staffing, and definitely making sure we have the work here. There's a lot of planning, which is a little smaller than I think we probably need where we're going through the future. There's a lot of opportunities to be able to make sure people know that we're more than just bus and rail. So I do think we have to think about how those communities have to serve the needs that we have. And to be quite honest, we looked at it like, what does that mean for the vision of the greater Cleveland, and how do we break down those misconceptions about what we are.
Some of the other ways that we talk about is showing people, not only we show you that one, which makes that two, but we can make it a full conversation. Not just with that. It's a business happening. We should reverse that. So we have that data to be able to do that. Those are things that we can take advantage of that. Mr. Joyce spoke about teams and second, so particularly in all interpreters for folks that are taking tests and filling out applications, and some of that is typically coming ramp up with people, so particularly large chapters and providing applications and advantage providing applications.
And also about our marketing. Having a marketing campaign, showing the diversity, and people follow. Disability is one of the process for people that come from long-term employment, away from a person that was, set now but the right thing will work. And something like that can show the right thing.
I agree with the point of view of the field out there, another Florida, I can say, we got to do something. Show you the theme, then we do know what we're talking about, but it was, fire.
All right. I think if you 2 seconds to wrap up, and
chose to follow through the process that's already outlined in terms of problem solving, especially if we started with step one, which screens being an inclusive team, because you give everyone an opportunity to share their perspective, and then you flow through the subsequent steps. Sounds like some good things came up in terms of things that the group, both staff and board, will further explore. And we are going to now, we're going to now transition it over to India. Yeah, where it goes. The last one. Yeah, we got one more item in this discussion topic that we felt it was important that everybody was right on. And at the last board meeting, there was a big hearing for emergency action to transfer data, and we commented that that can be right? So we're going to get traction. That's the new trend. That's the internal meeting that we got, or we branded internally, but it's kind of part of the we should have this community value survey, community hearing survey booklet. If we don't have a great communication going anywhere. But these are the booklets that we've been over. We will see both of them should be in your email. One of them we got at the last board meeting, which we printed the other. And we are going to provide to you a brief presentation. That will spearhead that conversation now in that we're all going to jump in. Definitely involved on this as a team to be able to really show the value of data and answer some of the questions on the board meeting. We really have a bigger conversation about what we do now, right? What we do now. Really good data, a lot of information. It's for the alignment. Our first quarter. Let's keep that in mind. But it really is, I think, they feel it comes out to the priority identity. And again, we're not going to set data on the outline. We've got to be able to focus ourselves on what the priorities are. And one actually thinking that when I ask the board to help me and help teams be able to determine what the priorities are. It's all 150 on. We want to make sure that the team feels growing and you can keep everything moving, but we've got to be able to prioritize a few key items to be able to excel at. And that's the reason for the feedback. So I'm going to start talking to you over to that in this way, and then we'll open up. Sure. That particular time we talk about the thoughts from the customer survey. And this is high level. All detail is in that, and if you don't speak on something that you want to speak about, we are here to answer the questions. But back in February, for 7 days created, we had actually 12 properties that ordered our justice for a 7-day period, February 8th to 14th, and they conducted just under 1,200 surveys. The actual number is 1,180 surveys were conducted. On the national average for surveys, 1,200 is the standard. It is the industry standard for surveys. So we have a product that is a part of the industry standard, 1,200. They work with our survey planning department to select the routes that they use. So this is a wide breadth of our ridership that participated in this. We did provide an incentive, a one-day pass to those that did take a survey, and the survey lasts between 5 and 7 minutes, which is about the approximate time that it takes between the stops on our buses. These surveys were across all 4 modes: bus, air transit, rail, and the helpline. So it's very, very diverse. So in terms of the methodology, in comparison to other cities, as we talk about the data, 4 life-size transit authorities in 4 cities are comparable to us that we use in this service. And they are Capital Metro, Austin, Tech, which is in Charlotte, that which is in Denver, and RTA, which is in Denver. That's the big thing.
So educated up there.
So what I want to do here is to kind of explain the new method that we're using here at RTA to define and drive our chief administrator relations customer service. And that is the net promoter score. It can be used to customer satisfy. The net promoter score is a method used by our business school that assists us in understanding very related to other customer service oriented organizations. Let's take it back here. What net promoter score does is you go out to it's a car fix or another item, that's how long are you to recommend service to a friend or family member or neighbor. And you generally are one of them. And with that, we believe that people who rate that service a 9 or 10 are promoters. These are the individuals who are likely to help sell your product, selling about the experience that they have. The individuals who are in 7 and 8 are passives. And typically, we say a person who rated at an 8 is good. Survey is satisfied. And what the research found is that these are not people who will help promote your service. And then those who are less are on track. They like the service, same thing. They have a experience with the service. Why is this important? This is important because as you look at an organization like RTA and the organization, there's marketing and strategy, but the best strategy is customers, sales, and profit. So you're looking for promoters in organizations that are using this indicator. When you look at the net promoter scores, the net promoter score match case, the number of promoters times the child on this net. RTA, here, the data to that. In many of our systems, it didn't have a lot of people who were attracted, but we did have a lot of there are people who may be experiencing their experience, but they're not the ones who are next customer sit down. So where we relate and thanks to transit, as a whole has some major trials for we're big below that 27. But this is the range of what kind of company. You see one of the companies that has a very big influence for its customers. So for those of us who are actual customers, you sell customers or these at $19 jackets they don't recall. And so I just kind of had a very good piece. So one of the things that actually related to not so much the highest rating of any retail store. People commonly seem to spend a lot. And it's because of something that we experience and describe so there's a lot of marketing, but they get a lot of customers and people about that experience. So we're very below to translate but how to get their own. The study that we have in down took a look at each of our modes. And so we have mentioned, so we took them on that we have our 4 modes. So you see variation. The final score on your right, the rated score 25 is our weighted score. Surely most of our buses, from 84 to the buses, but you do see that there's an up and down, low, big buses, middle higher. But we do have a very strong and but the board likes to stay around and we work at that. So you can make that really tremendous service that has a high level of question for the department. But our total modal index by weight by the ridership is that we have a 25. This becomes our key indicator on report card. So report card for categories, customer experience, financial sustainability, community, and employee engagement. And so if you look at the customer, it's triggered by how we drive the net promoters.
So what are the outcomes? What came out of that? 9 of 10 customers, or 86%, believe that there's tremendous value in our system. They are most satisfied with the buses being operated
about RTA services and the route schedule, 88%. So we're pushing information out here, they feel safe. So work, there's the work. The work is that the customers are least satisfied with our bus president, 64%. And secondly, the customer service representative is customer service. So those are the good news, and what I would call the bad news, because as Dr. Paper indicated, we had a large number of passes. That gives us the opportunity to correct where we have work we need to do. So this slide, it tells you, it coincides with what I just indicated, that what customers are most important to them, and that's buses arriving on time, one time performance. Operators being helpful and encouraging, and thirdly, bus cleanliness.
So I'm going to kind of explain this, and that I included this question that I last quarter with this analysis, which is the key driver. So I want to kind of orient the group to what we see here on the chart. So on this chart here, we have the horizontal and the vertical line. And so I'm going to explain what the horizontal line is first. The horizontal line satisfaction is the, it's a bit weighted, but it's the average satisfaction that we have on all of the in-depth questions, specific questions. So you see that revolve around a little bit of things. Remember, our questions typically for an average satisfaction of the horizontal line is 80, or the line is 80. The vertical line, the narrow line, is looking at importance factors. So we've already talked about importance here. We have all of the importance factors implemented in a weighted, but we have here's what's specific for most important. So the way to read this is that the items on your right hand side are the items that are most important, because the item on the x-axis is the importance range. So you see that A is on the bottom right. And by A falling on the low, the horizontal line, it says that although we perform there, we didn't perform at about. So our performance for customers satisfied with buses arriving on time is about 78, so lower than the 80%. And so what the areas here in the shaded place is that are items that are important and that we didn't score. I want to take you to the top of the hand category, which is the nice items, and surely the term is different. But those items that you see, let's take for example letter A. Letter A is the accuracy and availability of route schedules and maps. And so by an item being there in that category, it tells them one thing that it was that's important that's described by customers. So the importance cycle is kind of the lower of the importance cycle. However, by being above the horizontal line, it's telling us that you're performing better than us, because that's one of the areas that we want to balance. So although it's not as an aspect, I am performing well and is now important to customers that we find possible customers. So this is how you kind of orient yourself. So what do we take from this? We find that the places that we should prioritize, that we have associated campus, everything, are the areas that are, it's not really, but this bottom right hand, there's opportunity to sign up. And so we found that it's important for us to come up with strategies on bus arriving on time, driver paying up on third, bus maintenance, and letter X, which is safety and waiting for the bus. I'm going to take you through because the study has also been, so you take the items that are most important to the customer and define items no longer as a time to say should not be them. And so the first one is one-time performance. In one-time performance, customer focus is important. We've achieved 78%. We're satisfied with one-time performance. And what our transpose is that the blue line gives us the industry balance. So the satisfaction that our industry comparable status is 68%.
performance that's calculated by our DPS is about 84%. So there's a reason that that number is here is lower than 80. The second most important item for operators, clearly customers are plus operating first. And so the area you see on your left-hand side is a combination of two questions that create for the operator being helpful and free. The area on the right side is how those questions are asked. So it's a composite area. And what this is saying is that 81% of our questions are satisfied with our bus operator being courteous and helpful. And when asked for the specific question, 81% think they're helpful, and 79% believe that they're being courteous. So we're performing better than average there, but it's still a very big priority. Now, bus cleanliness. Bus cleanliness, third, and then take our question from 64%. The industry is 69%. So we're lower than the area, and this creates for us an opportunity for improvement. So we're lower in the industry, and it's important to our customers, and we're not performing well to make sure that they're satisfied with that. And we're going to talk about kind of doing safety and security is concerned, and in particular safety in the waiting areas. So when we ask our buses, what are the satisfaction or lower bar in the waiting environment? Customers feel very safe one week, but they feel safe in the waiting environment. And so what you see here is that in the waiting environment, 76% of our customers are satisfied with the safety in the waiting environment comparable to the industry, but 85% feel safe while in the safe comparable to the industry. I was going to say, so 80 or above, the book that you have, that cadence is taken for each of the modes, where there's an importance factor that was asked, there is a drill down on our performance there, and it's a summary slide that says, on that mode, what are areas that we should have and that we should prioritize? Ms. Walker?
So to this point, to begin with that cadence, so we're going to do this on a quarterly basis. So once quarter, we will have a customer survey. To that end, we just completed the survey for the second quarter about 10 days ago. So we'll have a report out on the second quarter of the customer survey in probably towards the end of July. So the cadence is every quarter. You can see that here. We're presently in June, and there is in July. We'll have second quarter metrics. We'll report that out, and then we'll do that every quarter to the end of the year. So what's the benefit? So you can hear me. So just talking about really quickly to join the doctor. I don't know not a doctor, but okay. We wanted to be able to explain to you what the benefits of the customer experience survey are for RTA, and also for our decisions, and also for education, legislators. There's a lot of different ways that we can kind of spin it. But when you get down to it, these are our top maybe 6 areas or 5 areas of focus when we talk about business work for money, right? And we work in our lives. Because we all know that sometimes it can be a little cumbersome and time-consuming to be able to gather data. So at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we can use this information to be able to explain outside of the main office walls what our relevance is, what our value is, and what our improvement strategies will be in our community. So when we look at this, let's put our heads together and say, okay, why do we use this? How do we use it? What's the purpose? A lot of our metrics are actually used for support data. When we're applying for different grant applications and funding, that could be funding for real, that could be funding for TOP files, that could be funding for our capital grants. A lot of the things that we go out for. Make sure to brought this up in our PGM meeting, which I think is very appropriate, right? We pull a lot of information when we're talking to constituents, we should,
explain, well, how does RTA affect your neighbors? And how many, folks are actually taking it? What do they think about it? How will they, make sure that they get around in the community? So when we start to hear some of the complaints that we have from folks, we can check ourselves and say, okay, let's look at the map. And we'll take what they say and take with a grain of salt and go back to the data and see, is it the one-off complaint or is it actually evidence? Is it something that we have a problem with and we need to have a continue to address, rather than maybe a one-on-one conversation with an employee that was one to right? This is a habit that we can change. We also are using this in talking about our net promoter score. So how do we compare ourselves on a national average? We had a lot of conversations earlier in the day. Valerie is our revenue champion for that, right? And to be able to think about how do we actually start to engage ourselves in a conversation bigger than regular week. So when we talk about a national transit debacle, right, we talk about death, violence, and all these things that are going on in that part. Surging, violence may be prevalent because of political or social unrest. Well, how does public transit play a part in that? And how do we utilize these metrics to forecast our marketing, who's our next, maybe on the standard, what do we call it, not a traffic promoter, but a tactic, to be able to think about more than just ridership as far as choice rider independence. That's kind of an old school planner terminology to those that have to ride public transit and don't have another option, versus those that choose to ride even though they may not work hard. So when we're thinking about that, we're looking at it at the next level. We're thinking about it really as a private sector, not as public. How do we match up to how do we match up to Google? How do we match up to Netflix? I mean, anything you can start to be able to do things that kind of operate all over the country. That's kind of what I think about it. And a lot of our business comes from word of mouth. If you have a bad thing at work, you can if you have a bad thing on the bus, you can tell them about it. But if something is awesome, you make it to yourself and you want to actually share your story. It also helps to inform and prioritize campaigns. So that's kind of the clean space initiative that we are going to be launching to be able to address some of those concerns about we get reports from the law, they forward on things when your division has a law firm say, hey, this person now is driving their car because they don't like how to feel on the road. That's important. We need to make sure that we address those things in order to track them through. Next slide. So then we talk about what's next. I alluded to a couple of different factors such as campaigns. We have a clean tactic to the left and our state on the right. Really simple. We have a big action basis. We've got a lot of transportation to be looked at as consultant jargon. I apologize in advance if the consultants in the room, but we have to be serious when we say, how do we use this to really integrate into the culture of RTA? And with that being said, it takes us a little time to understand what the data means. And if we can translate that into real actions, then that's where we will become successful. So if we can come back to you at the end of the year after we've got 4 quarters worth of data and show the numbers have improved and our net promoter score has gone up, then we can start doing things in the right direction, taking the right focus areas, and to keep people honest and to be very transparent and keep ourselves honest, because as I said at the beginning, all I think we're super human, so we have to focus our efforts. You keep things while we keep the rest of the wheel turning. That doesn't mean that we throw everything out and we only focus on 2 or 3 areas. What I'm saying is that we make a concerted effort to be able to attack those things that our customers are most important to them, so that we are never making decisions in the ball. Because we can have the best intentions, but we all know that the road screen will irritate with that as well. So we want to make sure that people on us say, this is what we told us was important. We'll work our butt off to be able to improve those things when we get to a good time point. We know that this is going to shift. This will not break that. These numbers, these areas of focus, it should not be more than the same quarter after quarter. We expect a little bit of fluctuation. That is the magic in high-performing Fortune 500 companies to be able to be nimble and to be able to shift with the priorities and demands of their customers. We have to be able to do the same thing while keeping all of the tenets
of a good public transit system, clean, safe, dirty, and all those things. But we have to be able to push the lever a little bit and think outside the box. If we're going to be able to work at those things, we have to make sure that we keep ourselves, about where we are. So I'm not going to go all these countries for it. And the question today is how do we measure customer survey data influencing and informing our state priorities? We talk about that. I would put on devils if we have any comments, and thank you.
I just wondering how, is there a risk of sort of fatigue and filling out the survey and forming the business versus?
I'll take that. I have the same question on our customer survey, and because we're using the data from planning to go out and route, it is highly unlikely that the same person will be surveyed, because it's every quarter, and one of our routes, and there are different one or two members on the bus. So we did that. I have that question. Thank you. Questions, getting time, and numbers. Yes, we looked at the question. We did revisit them if we needed to modify them, but for the second survey conducted 2 days ago, we used modifications to make it much more expedient. We found that the first survey was taking approximately 11 minutes, and we wanted to be really under 8 minutes, so that we didn't want anybody to get to our really putting this out. So we did some minor tweaks as we did that. I was also sharing some, the process to iPad, but they were the buses, so that is the way to do that. We got that methodology. So we partner with a local company. We bring in the proctors to be training them. So we do the process, training them on how to input the information on the iPad so that they can get very good speed in the process. You'll never know why she left, and I'm looking for that. So we're only surveying small people using our buses, or large people. So, like, how do we know why? Like, I think myself in Tremont, and I know that the service there has changed a lot since I've been there, and not from Valley, which sounds like we used to have lots of stuff in downtown. So I'm not thinking about downtown. I want that. So you're not, if you're missing that data, like how the left get those two riders back, because get out of the market and to take them somewhere else. People go to downtown, we lost a lot of that, and sure, you'll never know, and you'll never actually make that know that it's thanks, Tom. So I think that's a really good question, that part of it. I think when I'm targeting where they come together for the target questions, with customers who big long-term riders who have their kind of person. I don't think that the survey format we have now, because of brand new nature and kind of like, right, may not get to that. However, if you think about that, that is not too much harmony where the function would be talked about being that riders difficult with women. Other than, there were 2 surveys, and we took a deep dive into the healthcare survey. So there was a second survey that everyone had called community value survey. And the community value survey was conducted by random telephone calls. So we contracted company to conduct random telephone calls, and there were 447 telephone calls, randomly, telephone lists across the county. So, majority of those, from what I understand, were not actually right, but they are people that live in the community, and the outcome of this community value said the same. They believe that public transit is 80+%, that RTA provides a valuable service for accessibility in our community. Very similar to the customer survey, they spoke to the safety component. To the point that you raised, where we talked about access. Access came up in a community survey because those that were surveyed indicated that they felt like public transit offered a valuable service. So we are thinking about that and actually about moving forward. I believe it was at the April board meeting that the board approved microtransit. And so microtransit is a strategy for us to move beyond our existing barriers. It's that accessibility. The community survey also talks about the value of public transit for ADA transit population. And so those are the highlights from the community value survey, the telephone call survey, to those in and around Cuyahoga County, those that may or may not have been or what were RTA bus drivers. And I believe that, thank you that, and thank you for sharing my 20th good policy for the public. I don't think about the questions, the line of questions that we have from the survey, and perhaps the survey question might be, having been paraphrasing, but if there are reasons why you don't take transit now or before, or your day to improve, maybe you were previously transit riders, because the captain of that office that may have been transit riders that somehow left and is now a attractive or active. And the last thing I'll add is the community value survey in terms of page 23, let's see the four items of value, providing ability to low income families, providing transportation options to people with special mobility needs, providing affordable transportation options, and providing access to places of employment. So that coincides with what I said. I just wanted to point to the data and not just taking a narrative for it. Those are the top 4 items. But it's also given to the point that Roberto talked about frequently, changing the narrative of public is not just for low income and poor people. Because in each of those, in 3 of those 4, it speaks to low income or someone who has transportation for mobility needs. And we need to change the narrative from that. Other communities, and Cisco, Chicago, New York, DC, public transit is the way to go. So we have the opportunity through our marketing to really elevate the value of public transit to drive ridership. So thank you. And I think we're wrapping up this presentation group here. I think we've got one more from there, Kumar, and you might have maybe one other one.
No, it's very time. I don't know. Sure, somebody is better than others. So I think looking at that makes sense. Having uses of clinic, the fact that you've got 45. That's a real opportunity. I don't know how many of those are these for 7, but you're doing some other than the bus, like the training, then you probably have a little chance here to do that for 3 hours. So, that's sort of last time. So hopefully we can do that. Thank you, sir.
Just switching.
So I think we're looking to find out for about chapter 4. And I just wanted to set the tone for the day. I think we've got one more item or maybe 2 and the next meeting to be able to talk about just a thank you and just a kind of a wrap up for the day. Our goal is to be able to
release everybody by 4:30 at the latest, because we understand that it's a long day, and we appreciate your time. Just a few things. This is really an important sort of initiative for us. I know that it is not very prevalent in public transportation. I've had those conversations with a few new and seasoned members and the team as well, where this is really something that gives us the data and gives us the kind of hard and fast numbers behind the activities. And we've got a lot of activities going on. We've got over 2,000 people. You can get lost in kind of the hubbub of the day. So I do appreciate the support that the board has given and the criticism that the board has given, because I think they're both equal parts in really utilizing it and maximizing it. So I look forward to hopefully an end-of-year report as well. Of course, we're going to come to you on a quarterly basis, but really just show you the improvement over the different quarters. So thank you for that. And I will say that there are only probably, if I can be a little facetious and say maybe in the elite 10 or 15 in the country that are utilizing this tool right now. We're among them, and we've seen a lot of great strides in a lot of the other cities that have a higher NPS or net promoter score that really get to listening to the customer. We've got to be able to do a better job at that. Sometimes we listen to ourselves really well, but whether we listen to the person who takes it every day, doesn't have another option, or either does have an option but likes it, is the important part of it. So I look forward to nerding out a little bit on stage and as we said on the function call. So just to be able to move on, I just wanted to give you a really quick recap. This is really just me being able to set the tone for moving forward and just give you a few reflections on my experience during the pandemic as your RTA lead here in Cleveland. We have really, I think, proven ourselves to be essential in the community. And with that, it's come with a lot of struggles, a lot of hurdles, a lot of adaptability and flexibility as far as working from home, virtual, having to get into technology, all of those things, while continuing to kind of keep at the top of mind in the greater Cleveland community and have folks invested in us when everything else seems to be on fire, right? And so I'm particularly proud of the work that we've done in the advocacy realm. We have a lot of work. Please don't be saying you reach the mountaintop by any means. But I think now we're starting to see people come to us instead of us having to knock on their doors until our numbers leave. They're starting to actually call us. I'm not saying they've not done it before, but it's a different type of tone that I have recognized from when I first started in September of 2019 to now. I had to do a lot of introducing, which makes sense because I'm a new GM, right? But they had to the area. But having to introduce myself, what do we do? Why is what we have on the docket important? Why should they invest in us? Why should they waste their time trying to understand what our initiatives are? Now when that phone rings, they're asking, how can we help you? We really heard about X, Y, and Z that's going on in Cleveland, and we didn't know. And that, to me, signals that we're heading in the right track. And we're actually doing the things that are getting out there. Now, I think we're at a point of expectation, which is going to be an interesting formula. We're either going to couple it to work. Now the expectations out here to say, okay, you say you need X amount of dollars, what are you going to do with that? We say we're going to be a leader in TOD. Where are the deliverables for our project? Who's working on it? All of those kinds of things. Now we're in the kind of hustle mode, if I can call it that. Now we have to talk about the transparency. Now we have to talk about what's in the now, if we have an argument or a debate as far as service and where it goes and how often it goes and who lays the groundwork, we have to be able to pull the numbers behind it to be able to stand up to what we agreed to in the beginning. So that's a large part of this. We have had some changes on several projects. We've been able to streamline a lot of things. We were able to push through different deadlines. We were able to push through getting pretty large and significant grants for the funding of Greater Cleveland. We're talking in the millions now, so that comes with a level of responsibility that I think we just haven't had in a long time as an industry. And we're actually being asked to get on board with camp. We're actually being asked to serve. I'll be very honest with you, I did a lot of work in those areas, and a lot of serving and a lot of speaking in different areas, and I did not see Cleveland a lot in those areas. I saw Cleveland in the smaller projects. I saw Cleveland in the room, but I did not see Cleveland on the stage as much as I thought they should be coming from the Midwest, right? Because I paid attention to that. no matter where it was, we looked at one in the Midwest borough. So now I'm very proud to say that we're actually on campus, a little bit more than what I thought. They're asking, hey, what do you guys, what do you think? So we're not exactly the leaders in the industry, but we're the emergers. And that's a really good place to be in, but I know that comes with a lot of expectations. Just speaking as a GM and other things, I have to be very honest with you, there's a lot of expectations that's there, so I understand that correlation. We have to be very strict with our procurement. I am a stickler for procurement. I do not play around with that. So, that being said, you might have heard a couple of people alluded to it, might have been chief. We're going to take our time and do it right. That is the goal for a lot of these projects. On stay on time. If there are ever any hurdles or any setbacks, we make sure we let you know. We make sure that we have vetting process. We're very good at that in the procurement space. I want to make sure we maintain that and that we have that transparency with the community, with you, the board, so that you understand what our timelines are and is going forward. IT has changed quite a bit. We actually have a temporary split, which we're kind of tweaking and seeing if that works pretty well as far as the contractual side of IT and also the technical side of IT. That is an interesting sort of format that I don't think has been done here at RTA and probably a lot of other areas. We're finding that with a lot of the IT components, there's a lot of legal review that goes into it, there's a lot of disclaimers, there's a lot of other kind of influences that are just more than Microsoft Word, right? So we want to be able to be a player in the technology space. And so what we're actually finding is that it's helpful to have procurement and finance and legal be at the table in the beginning of the contract negotiations and scope creation with IT. So we actually have split the baby, so to speak, with IT to have a more technical be closer to operations under Doc Paper and Mike Lively in the ITS realm, and to have the contractual side be under the purview right now of Raj, Gotham, and John Miranda as far as the contractual side of finance and project management. So we're going to be able to move that along as we go forward, but that's another reason I have not just reposted for the deputy position, because I'm actually finding that the split can be a little helpful. So we'll see how that goes along, and I'll come back to you with the next step on that. As far as POD, again, real estate, I am looking at creating a more robust real estate department. There will be a lot of movement for a lot of major projects. We've got Mitchell Road, we've got Kumar Road, we've got a lot of different odds and ends of real estate pieces that we are the owner of, including our own buildings. We have to be able to evaluate what's the long term for those areas and what are we going to do with it. We are a transportation company. We're not a real estate company. Very different. But it does not mean that we can't play in that space and be a motivator of change. With all of the conversations that are going on downtown the lakefront, and also what's happening in Power City, we are continually at the table. That is the public square. All of those kind of major areas where Cleveland wants to sort of be that big city. RTA now is getting the invitation to sit at the table and explain how transit will function through them and what do we need in order to make sure we're successful. So I look forward to bringing you more information on that. Also, community partnerships. You heard a lot from George, so I'm not going to reiterate some of that, but being able to work with the community in order to make sure that we get our hiring where it needs to be, and we actually fill those vacancies that we've got that are long-standing, and making sure we have the right people in the spot is really important as well. I just say spreading the word on a national level is going to be the MO. That remote stuff around after that. I should not be the only person to be out there promoting RTA, so I have no problem pushing it. Birds out of the nest, so to speak, as long as I'm confident that they have the right, not necessarily sales pitch, but they have the right motivation, they have the right avenue to be able to get the numbers and the data. So you'll see, hopefully, the good press for our folks getting out there. And we also can't control it in the media, but my thinking is that you push more positive out there, and then when the negative, and then eventually does happen, just by law of averages, people remember the good stuff and look at it as one-off instead of a set habit. One thing I will say, and I'll end on that, is that I would love to be able to utilize you as a board as the advisory group to what we do at RTA. I really want to be able to change the tactical nature of how the board operates to more of an advisory environment. course, I'm not taking anything away from what you normally do, but I want to make sure that we retain and the responsibility to be the subject matter experts to get it done. So case in point, you tell us what we need, we provide hopefully a stimulating day for you so that you can actually get through some of the agenda items. Same thing with any other project. You are busy individuals, none of you sit idle at home, and so I want to make sure that we always appreciate the time that you give to us. Stipend or not, there's a lot that goes on in RTA, and I know we take more than what you are for, so we appreciate that. And anything that we can do to make sure that we keep everything running and you really serve as the think tank and the guidance for me and for our team is the way that I like to operate. That way, when something goes good or bad, we're the owners of that responsibility. So with that, I'm really excited about what we're doing, and we've got some good things in the hopper. If you guys have any questions for me, I'm happy to talk with you one-on-one. I know that we're working as a team, and at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Sharon. And if we have any feedback from the board, I'm sure she'll be able to take it, and I'll be here as well. Thank you. Oh, you're mic'd up. No, okay.
Has left the meeting.
And she ended by sort of we started with about so Kitty and her team are in the and you aren't particularly in the board meeting, but you're in a little bit of management when she come in. So that's the perspective that she needs one-on-one with us. And so you thought today you're a little expert. Tell them. So, and I think here, one, just kind of review what we've done today, what we're taking back. Hopefully you're going back during summer, for today, because we all said the same. So I want to start with a lot of time helping the bill to talk about what I think the trust situation really resonated. I'm sure on the next time here. So normally here was start where the person starts, and where the person starts. I also wanted to remind you that people start. I hope that you're going to plan to kind of find time to or you know, but it's a really good way to talk about childhood. But they very, very consider but they were attention. And we try to consider our attention with others to by through a drive behind the really helpful, but I think it's to make space and we talk to you about it separate purpose. So really to you want to have all of the diversity in the room. So make space for that. I think the four so purpose, not just for completion, remembering the either really design the question. We all have that fun. Those questions in mind, mindset,
The act of making some time at all of your meetings to say, can we just step back? This notion of just finding time at every meeting, even if it's 5 minutes, to say, will this step back a minute? Are we moving in the right direction? Do we need to make any shifts? It's a couple of questions that might open up a whole sentence.
I think a really big takeaway is, like, I have a really good, like, my also, I vividly remember teachers literally answer questions, how they engaged and everything, and I think we need that in particular is observing, my fellow, board members and understanding, like, how do we think, how they're working through problems, who's more lighter than others, who speaks up more, who's the person who makes the jokes, who's a little bit more. That is very important for me, because in understanding how I operate, then I can take a moment to be like, oh, I know what this person's been second and has been running more aggressively. This person's going to take a little bit of time, so I should anticipate that we should ask the person, like, what do you think? Because they might not be necessarily speaking everything. So those are my takeaways. And I feel like I can commit to making sure that I am working on my self-orientation in this space, in the understanding that we are a team, and while I have my own things that I bring to the table, we're expertise and characteristics here at the table who also bring a lot of knowledge and institutional knowledge and wisdom. And for me, that requires just taking a step back, paying attention, and being intentional as well.
So my experience is feel great for me to be on that. Programs and there's lots of fun. I told them, like, now I can and also looking at an issue that comes up at the work, how he's going about it. I don't understand, but I'm kind of out there and but I'll get there. But I want to hear from everybody first. So I lay off and but I think that's how I go about listening to the person. So what I am maybe particularly will be to really, maybe and although I am inviting him, change that EDC on it. I understand a little bit more than I do, and how I can play it well. We've got new board members rotating on. This is that opportunity for Mayor Welch to engage with them.
Navigating the nuances of the public.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website at www.webex.com.